Want to see a better way to keep connected? The Chevrolet Cruze has 4G LTE.
Welcome to this special edition of an early Power and Politics. We are live in the foyer of the House of Commons. That, of course, Parliament Hill, where MPs are gathering at this hour to hear, for the first time, a Liberal throne speech. The countdown is on. The Governor-General set to arrive and to deliver the government speech from the throne in just under 2 hours' time. What will the government set as its top priorities? Will there be any surprises? Will the tone be any different? I'm Rosemary Barton, and here with the Power and Politics early edition, we'll have a preview with MPs and our Power panel, of course. Stay with us throughout the day. We've got lots of special guests, including House leaders, Dominic LeBlanc, the leader of the official opposition, Rona Ambrose, the leader of the NDP, Tom Mulcair. We'll get all of their reaction to the speech a bit later in the afternoon, but it is a big day on Parliament Hill, and this is a special edition of Power and Politics. So what can we expect here in the foyer of the House of Commons? MPs are starting to gather slowly. Cabinet has just wrapped up one floor above me, but in the meantime, I've got three MPs with me now to look ahead to this government's first speech from the throne. Joining me now, the newly appointed Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Pamela Goldsmith-Jones, Conservative finance critic Lisa Raitt, and NDP House Leader Peter Julian. Good to see you all. This is the fun part where we get to think about what might be there and build up the expectations a bit. I'll start with you, Pamela. Congratulations on your new position. There were a lot of promises, I think that's fair to say, made by your government. How important is it to outline sort of the priorities in this throne speech?
Well, I think this is our time now to implement the commitments that we made, and you've already seen us doing that. The Prime Minister has traveled to 4 important international summits, I would say, in the last month. Particularly in Paris, we demonstrated our commitment to inclusion by including First Nations leaders, mayors, leaders of the opposition, premiers. So we are acting exactly in the way that we said we would. I thought the tone in the House yesterday was really great to see and to share. We're certainly committed to the kinds of things the House Speaker outlined. And in terms of priorities, for sure, you'll see a commitment to middle-class tax cuts and families and jobs. You'll see our commitment to climate change and its integration with foreign policy. And we're well underway bringing Syrian refugees to Canada.
Given though the weight of the agenda, and I think that's a fair description of it, will there be sort of here's where we're going to get this done? We're looking at a 6-month timeline for this. Legalization of marijuana, that's going to happen in the next 2 years. Will we get any specifics on the timetable?
I'm not sure about that. We were very pleased to share the mandate letters with ministers and with the public.
Yeah.
I think you will see a reiteration of that. Perhaps it will be a shorter list just in terms of our presentation, because really it's time to get going.
Okay, Lisa Raitt, you're the finance critic, and we know that Dominic LeBlanc yesterday said that as early as Monday there'll be a notice for the Ways and Means motion to bring in the tax cuts. That was the big part of the Liberal government commitment. There's also going to be some changes to the tax-free savings account. On those issues, what are your concerns, or how quickly do you think those things need to happen?
So they're pretty isolated issues. I think what we have to do is take a look at the promises were the promises made during a long campaign. But reality is reality, and they've already had a readjustment of their economic financial update. We got some terrible jobs numbers today. We're seeing some real long-term effects happening in the oil sands in terms of what's happening in slow economic growth and low oil. And although these things are happening from around the world, they have a great effect in Canada. So what I'm looking for in this speech, I want to see them address head-on these economic headwinds that are coming our way. What are we going to do about slow growth? What's the role of the government there? How are you going to spur on business investment? You got to get this business sector invigorated and invested. It can't be all government money, because we already saw from CD Howe today that gap on revenues already being questioned in terms of how much money this tax adjustment is going to bring us.
So you don't think the deficit spending is going to be enough to deal with some of those things that you've talked about there?
I don't know.
Because obviously they're going to talk about that.
Hey, you know what? They made a promise in the campaign that they wouldn't spend more than $25 billion over 3 years, and the finance minister is questioning that now. We're obviously going to test this in the House of Commons next week when we get back. Speech from the throne, though. There's got to be a part in here that talks about the meat and potatoes that matter to this country, and that's the economy. And we need to see some real direction and some real vision on how we get this economy going.
Peter Julian, what are you hoping to hear, looking for?
Well, we know what Canadians voted for. They voted for change on October 19th. And so there are a number of things that people, I think, are looking for from across the country. They're looking to see action on climate change, of course. They're looking, and we're looking, to see the healthcare cuts that the Conservatives are bringing in that really take effect in about 12 months. That'll lead to lineups in emergency rooms, fewer family doctors. I mean, they will be devastating. Looking to see the government mapping out how they're going to fix that. There's issues around childcare and poverty reduction. We're seeing seniors that are increasingly living in poverty. So those are the kinds of issues that certainly came up in the campaign. There were commitments made by the Liberal government, and I'm excited. Hopefully, I think we'll all be excited if they actually have a plan that they're laying out. They should be laying out timelines too, because a throne speech, to say we're going to do something eventually, is worth very little. But to say that there is a commitment within 6 months to achieve these goals, that means a lot more. And I think that's what Canadians are looking for in the throne speech that'll happen very shortly.
So, Pamela, what about some of the issues around these timelines? And you're saying, I guess we're hearing that it's going to be a very efficient speech, is what the Prime Minister said. Very short. I'm not sure how short. But I mean, typically these things can be 30, 45 minutes, an hour, and I don't think it's going to be that. Why would the government want to be more direct in its message to Canadians today?
Well, I would say with regard to timelines, and you make a very good point, Lisa, we have already demonstrated two. With regard to bringing Syrian refugees home, we assessed what our campaign commitment was, and we said, realistically, and with regard to security, we'll bring 10,000 home or here by December and another 15,000 in February. With regard to the climate change talks, we're very clear that we would be there as a presence and as leaders in Paris, but within the next 90 days of coming home, the targets will be set. So I would say those are immediate actions. With regard to the economy, it's really very challenging as we get these kinds of numbers. And I think Lisa made a good point earlier in this, a couple of weeks ago, saying deficit spending is one thing, how much is good for the economy and how much is too much. That will be a debate, I think, that we will all have together, because there's no question Canadians are suffering in these sluggish times of the economy.
I guess the question is, how much time do you give a government from the moment they do the throne speech and lay out sort of the broad strokes? Because I'm not sure we're going to hear, this is when we're going to do this. This is where, in terms of specifics, or how much specifics do you need, Lisa?
Execution is what is going to make or break a government any given time, the promises you make and how quickly you fulfill them or if you break them. And, in opposition, our role is going to be, we talk about opposition. I like to think about it as we're the board of directors of management, and we're going to be asking tough questions about how they're going to be implementing their business plan, and that's all that we're hearing today.
Yeah.
So we'll be asking the questions and testing appropriately and making sure the shareholder, which are Canadian citizens, are well represented.
Peter?
It's not the rhetoric in the throne speech that matters. It really isn't. What matters is the very concrete plan that is laid out by it. And it's not legislation. It's not putting forward a budget. What it does do, though, is indicate to Canadians where this government is going and when the benchmarks are, when they are going to achieve the benchmarks that are needed. Our healthcare system is in full crisis in about 12 months. Climate change is something that costs our economy $1 billion a year. There is increasing need for childcare in this country, increasing need, of course, to alleviate poverty. So there are a lot of issues that are out there that Canadian families are feeling. And I think our hope is today's throne speech actually lays out how the government is going to start resolving those issues.
Last word to you, Pamela. Yeah.
Well, of course, we ran on a very activist agenda.
Yes.
I would say the other parties were a little more status quo oriented, and so we wish,
I wouldn't say that.
Well, with I thought the NDP's concern about a balanced budget was particularly ambitious,
Luckily, they don't care about that
aspirational and
stuff.
ambitious, but nevertheless, we
best
are absolutely bringing in the Canada Child benefit. We are shaping healthcare policy around mental health, the need to get people out of hospitals and into long-term residential care as a way to alleviate stress on the system. You can't win on an activist agenda and not expect exactly what Lisa says, execution.
Okay, noted.
Got to implement.
There you go. Pamela Goldsmith-Jones, Lisa Wright, Peter Julian, and we'll talk to some of you later. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, but stick with us. This is just the beginning of really a full afternoon of coverage on CBC Television and CBC News Network. Right there, you can see one floor above me. That is the office of the Prime Minister. A cabinet meeting just wrapping up upstairs. Peter Mansbridge, our chief correspondent, will of course be hosting our CBC News Throne Speech special beginning in 20 minutes time from now. The CBC's Hannah Thibodeau just down the hall in the Senate foyer. We'll check in with her and the leader of the opposition in the Senate, Claude Carignan, next. Lots more to come. Hey everybody, welcome back to a special edition of Power and Politics. That is the stairwell that brings you down from the Prime Minister's office one floor above me in the foyer of the House of Commons. And the Prime Minister uses those stairs. Stephen Harper chose to take a different route in and out of the House of Commons, but Justin Trudeau has gone back to the old tradition of coming down those stairs. And so we might see him or other cabinet ministers who are just wrapping up cabinet come down those stairs in the next little while. But in about an hour and a half, the Governor General, David Johnston, will deliver the new federal government's first speech from the throne. How will today's special event unfold? The CBC's Hannah Thibodeau is down the hall in the foyer of the Senate, where the speech will, of course, be read. Okay, Hannah, give us a preview of today's event.
Well, we heard from Justin Trudeau yesterday, and he said that the speech from the throne would be efficient. So really, it's going to be a lot of the things that we heard in the election campaign. Expect to hear about the middle-class tax cut that he promised to give throughout the election campaign, things on climate change, as well as Aboriginal and Indigenous people. However, there's another part of that speech that we expect to hear a little bit about, and that's Senate reform. And he started talking about that yesterday. I'm joined now by Conservative Senate leader Claude Carignan, who we were talking a little bit about Senate reform. What was your response when you heard that Leo Housakos was not going to be the Speaker of the Senate and he was being replaced?
Look, it's his right to replace the speakers, but we expect that maybe he will keep this opportunity to change and to have a new speaker by election. So he had very good opportunities to a good chance to change things in the Senate, and the first step was to elect our speaker. But he missed this one.
So you weren't happy with the fact that he decided to appoint someone to become the speaker, but why do you think yourself there wasn't an election process?
It's Senator Fury is a very good person. We have a lot of respect for him, and I think his choice to is his constitutional rights to do it. He did, but it's the first time that we have a speaker that first he was not appointed after consultation of both sides of the House. So we had a deception on that. But we respect his choice, because Joshua is he will be a good speaker.
What would you like to hear out of this throne speech that would be something that you go, oh, this will help reform the Senate?
In fact, he cannot change a lot of things without constitutional change. But it's more some things about the tone. And he said yesterday that he will appoint a government leader with the new appointees. So we will see exactly what kind of appointment he will do it. With his panel is supposed to have people less partisan and more independent, but he also said that in his first group he will choose a government leader. But a government leader, by definition, is partisan and is not independent. So I did this job before, so I can confirm that it's probably the most partisan job in the Senate. It's the government leader. And he announced that in his 5 new group of senators, he will appoint a government leader. So it's a little bit in contradiction with his words and his speech. So it will be interesting to see in the speech of Throne. The speech, it's some things, but the action, it's another. So we will pay more attention on the action than on the words of the speech.
So far, am I hearing you're not pleased with the actions of Justin Trudeau when it comes to the Senate?
Actually, we have contradiction. So that's a problem. So he said that he wants to change the tone, take the opportunity to have a Senate less partisan, more independent, but his first opportunity just to appoint a new speaker. He didn't consult us, and he had the opportunity to elect. We have the opportunity to elect, and he didn't take this opportunity.
Senator Claude Carignan, I want to thank you for your time today.
You're welcome. Merci.
Rosie.
Okay, thanks, Hannah. I appreciate that. That's the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau. She's in the Senate foyer this afternoon and all afternoon. Coming up on the show, what are political watchers waiting to see today? We've got a mini power panel. Well, they're not mini, but the segment will be mini. They're never mini. They're here and eager to weigh in. It's a big day on Parliament Hill as we await the speech from the throne, the first from this Liberal government. Stay with us. Welcome back to this special pre-throne speech edition of Power and Politics. I'm Rosemary Barton, live from the foyer of the House of Commons. The Prime Minister has said that this speech will be, in his words, efficient. So what should we be looking for? What will be prioritized and which promises could be pushed just a little bit on the back burner? Let's bring in our power panel for this shorter edition. In Toronto, political strategist Amanda Alvaro. Here with me in the foyer, Tim Powers of Summa Strategies and political strategist Kathleen Monk. Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. I'm going to start with you, Tim. So it feels like, you know, the language around this that I've been hearing from Liberals, efficient, you know, direct, short. What is that about trying to lower expectations? Is that just the way they're going to present the...
Well, it's moving away from the word you have on the screen, expectations, or because I think they've had the expectations have been so very high, and the rhetoric has been so very strong, reinforcing those expectations. I think what they want to do, and it's not an unwise strategy, is start to say, look, here's what we're going to do now. They're going to talk about it in probably a more workmanlike tone and try and rein in some of the enthusiasm that's out there among so many Canadians that it's all going to happen now. For their own sakes, they have to do that or they're only going to disappoint. So workmanlike makes sense for them now.
Kathleen?
Well, I don't know. It's been interesting, right? Canadians overwhelmingly chose real change, right? Real change. Change now is what they wanted. So it is going to be interesting to see how that real change is articulated in 10, 15 minutes, which they're saying the news reporters are describing how the length of the speech today. I don't know. You see the job numbers this morning. People are finding it harder to save. They're finding it harder to retire. So they're going to have to deliver on some of these things. People can be dancing in the streets for a little while around the return of the census and some of those things. Certainly there has been some good cracking of champagne and some celebratory notes, but I think Canadians are going to want to see some deliverables.
Amanda, what do you think efficient means? I mean, other than just the length, what do you think it means?
Well, I haven't seen it, obviously, as none of us have. I assume it means that it's going to be short, a short-ish speech. You know, I think that the last month has really been about the Prime Minister and many of the ministers being on the world stage, attending G20 and APEC, talking about some of the major issues that were part of the campaign. And this is really about setting the domestic agenda. I think it's about setting the tone for Parliament that's to come. I don't know that it needs to be an incredibly lengthy piece in order to do that. I think that Canadians expect that it will reiterate the priorities that they've already heard about throughout the election campaign and the mandate in which this government was elected. So I expect, and I'm sure everyone on the panel would agree, that it will probably reiterate some of those priorities and which ones of those priorities will be moving forward.
Just a bit of trivia, the last Harper speech, throne speech, that he obviously didn't give himself, from 2013 was 7,215 words. It was the longest of the seven, but...
Well, the upside is they don't like this speech. They don't like this speech. They can always prorogue. That happened a lot last time.
Seems unlikely. But there is something to the fact that there was just an election. We know what the mandate is. I mean, they don't have to, they don't have to repeat everything that
No,
promised.
they don't have to do that. But I think they're learning a little bit that they also, though, have to keep things in check. Amanda talked about a lot of the promises there. Look, there's no way any government, doesn't matter if it's Justin Trudeau's, Stephen Harper's, Tom Mulcair, had he won one, who can deliver everything right away.
No.
But I think there is an enthusiasm that was created by the Liberals, so it's a bit of a problem of their own making that so much could be done so quickly. Kathleen talked about the census. Some of those things they did, you know, congratulations to them for doing that. But a lot of the other things they want to do are going to take time.
Sure.
One quick example, Paris this week, and Kathleen and I know a lot of the groups that are over there. There's already a little bit of disappointment, not much, but a little bit that Canada hasn't said more yet. And it's not really expected that they would, but it points to how strong the expectations are for immediacy on every front. That's hard to do. It's impossible to do.
So there's issue items. There certainly is timing, which we've all discussed about, but I also want to raise one other issue. There's clarity. We need to get a lot of clarity on a lot of the promises that were made in the campaign. And we don't really know a lot about the health plan that this government wants to act on. Will they in fact meet the 6% escalator? How will they negotiate that with the provinces? What is their plan? Yes, we know they're going to do some things for seniors, but what else? What about frontline services, doctors, nurses? So I think a lot of people will be looking for clarity and some direct action, things like immediately moving the retirement age from 67 back to 65.
Although 15-minute speech, I'm not sure how many details you
But
can
that's a quick thing. 65, 67, right done.
But Amanda, would you expect to see benchmarks laid out in this speech, or is it like broad themes that we should look for?
I don't know. I think generally speaking, the speech from the throne tends to be broader themes. It allows then, from a communication perspective, to move from that speech into the details and subsequent announcements, which I would expect them to do. I think that from an expectation point of view, there's been a few things that this government has done, whether it's bringing in 10,000 refugees by the end of December and then the additional 15,000 by the end of February, or agreeing to set targets within 90 days for climate change out of the Paris summit. So and Senate reform, which was announced yesterday. So there's certainly been some movement, but a lot of what has happened on the world stage. A lot of meetings with other foreign ministers, with other heads of states. So this is about coming back in, resetting, reprioritizing, talking about strengthening the middle class. You're going to hear, I'm certain, a lot of that. A little bit about climate change, I'm sure. Improving the relations with Indigenous people, working with the provinces. Those are things that Canadians have already heard about if they were listening throughout the election, and I expect they'll hear it again today.
Yeah, you probably won't hear things like, hey, here's how when we're going to pull out the fighter jets and the number of trainers. You're not going to hear, this is when marijuana is going to be legalized. It's not going to be that specific because they probably don't know themselves.
But they're going to get a bit of a backlash today because I think they're probably going to signal some of their tax increases that they talked about and the like, and that'll be the first battleground I suspect we'll see between at least some of the opposition and the government. That's not going to necessarily go over well, even though it was a campaign promise. I think they'll flag that today, pick that as a first fight going into Christmas, and then we'll see what happens in the new year.
Yeah, Kathleen?
Yeah, I mean, they've signaled very publicly that their first piece of legislation will be the middle-class tax cut, and I have some major concerns about it. I mean, it doesn't help really 2/3 of Canadians, and I want to point out, it really doesn't help women. I mean, listen, I'm celebrating this government too. I'm happy that we have a progressive government. I'm happy that they're going to move forward on some good parts of legislation, but this middle-class tax cut does not help the majority of women who do tend to make less than $50,000 a year.
Okay, Amanda, I'll let you pick it up after. You can hold on to that spot and you can come back and hit back on Kathleen Monk later. Okay, the Thanks Power panel, Amanda Alvaro, Tim Powers, Kathleen Monk. They'll be back with their report cards after the throne speech. Lots more ahead. We're about to hand it over to CBC's chief correspondent, Peter Mansbridge, for special coverage of the speech from the throne from Parliament Hill. We'll be back here for an early edition of Power and Politics, beginning at 4:30 Eastern. All politics all the time. The throne speech special starts right now.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
Well, maybe December, but no snow on the ground yet in the nation's capital. Lots of pomp and ceremony, though, around the Parliament buildings today because this, of course, is Speech from the Throne Day. And hello there, I'm Peter Mansbridge. Welcome. Should be an interesting next couple and a half hours. As you know, a month ago today, the new government, the government of Justin Trudeau, was sworn in. Here we are a month later, and you'll start to see what exactly they have planned for this, the 42nd Parliament of Canada. Lots of promises in that campaign that led to the swearing in on November 4th. How many of those promises will they deliver on, and how soon? A speech from the throne is often general in nature, not specific, but we should get a sense when the speech is read by the Governor General, David Johnston, exactly what the government has in mind in terms of delivery on those promises. So lots to talk about, and we've got the people to do the talking. Just as a hint, our lead reporters on Parliament Hill today are Rosemary Barton and Hannah Thibodeau. They're both in strategic locations on the Hill today. What are strategic locations on the Hill? Well, we've got the graphics to show you that. Where's Rosie? This is a look at the Parliament buildings, looking straight north, really. But over on the western side, the left-hand side, is the House of Commons. That's where your elected officials are. Those are the people who were elected on October 19th, sitting in the House of Commons today. So that's where Rosie is, just outside the House of Commons, and she's going to give us a hint now of what she's hearing already from those MPs as they wait expectantly for the speech from the throne. Rosie?
Well, Peter, obviously lots of excitement. Remember, there's more than 200 new MPs who haven't experienced this at all. So there's lots of hyperactivity in the foyer already as everyone gets ready to experience their first throne speech. But really, the word of the day is brevity. This throne speech is not supposed to be as long as traditional ones, which go anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes. The government wants to send a clear, direct message to Canadians that will be entirely based on what they just voted for.
Well, as you know, there have been a few yawners in years gone by that have gone a long time, a lot longer than 30 or 40 minutes, some well over an hour. But as you say, the buzz on the Hill is that this particular speech will be shorter in length, anywhere 15, 20 minutes. They're often a little longer than they expect going through the practice because things happen, there's applause, there's this and that. But nevertheless, Rosie says, expect something shorter. So that's what's happening at the western end of the center block, the Parliament buildings. Let's take another look at the graphic of the buildings because, of course, there is a second chamber in the Parliament buildings. That's over on the eastern side, the right-hand side of your picture. That, of course, is the Senate. And we heard lots about the Senate in the last 4 or 5 years. Hannah Thibodeau is just outside the Senate, which is due for reform. That may be mentioned in the throne speech today. Hannah, what are the senators telling you?
Well, the senators are expecting to hear something about Senate reform in this throne speech today. As you can see, there's a lot of hustle and bustle behind me. Rosie was mentioning that there are a lot of new MPs, but not only new MPs. You can see the people sitting over there by the screen. They are, in fact, some of the family members of those new MPs who can't fit inside of the Senate chambers to hear the throne speech, but they have a screen set up. They have translation services made available to them as well. I did see a couple of high-profile people who just were escorted in. We saw former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, his wife, also the Ottawa mayor, and the Turkish ambassador are here. So when you see the Turkish ambassador here, you expect that we are likely to hear something about refugees as well in that throne speech. Of course, the Liberal government has promised to bring 10,000 Syrian refugees to Canada by the end of the year and 15,000 by the end of February. But as Rosie was saying, I'm hearing the same thing. Justin Trudeau said yesterday that this throne speech will be, quote, efficient.
Efficient is the word of the day going into the speech. We'll see whether they actually deliver on that. Now, as Hannah mentioned, there's at least one former Prime Minister there in Jean Chrétien, but we hear there will be more. John Turner is expected, Paul Martin is expected, Joe Clark is expected as well. Where will Stephen Harper be on this day? We saw him yesterday in the House of Commons. Will be in the House of Commons today or not? We're not sure. If he is, will he follow down and watch the speech from the throne delivered from an unusual spot for him? At least over the last 10 years, he was always sitting up near the throne where the Governor-General speaks from. But this time, if he is in the House of Commons, he'll be back at the bar where MPs are kept. And I don't mean bar from a club point of view. I mean the bar of the House, the bar of the Senate, which is basically a physical bar near the end of the Senate chamber where MPs don't cross that area. The guns of the regiment that will be firing the 21-gun salute when the Governor-General arrives on the Hill, we don't expect that for about another 25, 30 minutes. There is a certain amount of pomp and ceremony attached to a day like this, one of those rare occasions on the Hill where we get to see pomp and ceremony as well as the politics of the day. The Governor-General arrives, there will be an inspection of the Guard of Honour, there'll be royal salutes, there'll be certain marches back and forth inside the Parliament buildings themselves. And that's one of the reasons we're linking the two chambers in the Parliament buildings, the House of Commons and the Senate, because both are very much a part of this day. How does that all happen? Well, let me give you the basics on that right now. We've got James Fitzmaurice from our Parliamentary Bureau in Ottawa has put together a nice little 90-second piece of tape which will give you a clear indication of the history and the importance of this day and the way it unfolds. So as the bands and the regiments, the Guards of Honour get ready for their role in this day on Parliament Hill, watch this from James Fitzmaurice.
The first throne speeches in England were pretty straightforward. In the Middle Ages, the king would summon a group of mostly nobles and knights to come sit in Parliament. He would then tell them the laws he wanted passed, then they would pass them and go on their merry way. Things got a little dicier during the reign of Charles I, as Parliament tried to flex its muscles. In short, Charles showed up with armed guards to arrest 5 MPs. There was a civil war, Charles lost his head, and a whole bunch of new traditions around Parliament were born, including the monarch and his or her representative is never allowed to set foot in the House of Commons, which is why MPs head over to the Senate for the speech at the request of the sovereign's messenger, the Usher of the Black Rod. a person whose only job is really to make sure the sovereign never comes near the House of Commons. While much of the symbolism remains in Canada's modern throne speech, the content and tone are very different. The House of Commons and Senate still can only start sitting after being summoned by Her Majesty, but while the Governor-General delivers the opening speech on her behalf and may write some personal opening remarks, the meat of the speech is entirely written by the government. And rather than locking up opposition MPs for treason, they are now given at least 6 days to attack, criticize, and debate the speech. And whether these plans and priorities come to pass is entirely up to the House of Commons and Senate to decide.
Well, there you go. That gives you an indication of just how this next couple of hours will unfold and why. A little of the historical background to the days we call the speech from the throne. Lots of people on Parliament Hill today from various groups, special interest groups, groups that are particularly interested in what may be said in the speech from the throne that affects them directly, but also, of course, the opposition members. And the new opposition members, official opposition, are the Conservatives, who just a few months ago were in this position themselves of delivering speeches from the throne. Today they take a different tact in terms of what they're looking for and how they are prepared to address their concerns on this day. Let's hear from Lisa Raitt, former Conservative Cabinet Minister. She's with Rosie Barton now. Lisa.
Thanks, Peter. And you're right, Lisa Raitt now the finance critic and embracing her new role in opposition. What is it that you think Canadians need to keep an ear out for today?
They're going to have to keep an ear out on spending. Everybody understands that this new government is interested in spending money. They're not afraid of going into deficit. We don't know how much yet. We'll learn that in the coming weeks. But doing a tally is important of understanding where all the money is going, because my experience in government is very clear. It can get out of hand unless you keep a watchful eye on what's going on, and $1 billion becomes $2 billion before you know it, you have a real problem in the country.
Although we're not going to hear specifics of how this is going to unfold. Probably on Monday, the government has signaled they're going to give the motion for the tax cuts for the middle class and some other changes. Other things beyond the economy, which I know is your focus, what other kind of indications do you want to hear from the government about where they're going?
Everywhere, there's going to be some interesting discussion, I assume, about their big promises that they made. They made, as you said, they made promises on deficits, they made promises on taxation, they made promises on climate change and the environment, in terms of capping emissions and letting the provinces do the carbon pricing. They talked about Indigenous peoples. There's a couple of major promises in there in terms of education, a cost of implementing every recommendation in Truth and Reconciliation. You know, those are the kinds of things that I'll be looking for, where the rubber hits the road in terms of real issues within departments in order to keep up with the work that's going to be ongoing.
From your experience listening to what your government delivered in terms of throne speeches, are these sort of accountability documents or are they visionary documents?
A little bit of both. Yeah. Certainly it's going to be a recitation of the campaign promises, because Canadians should be reminded on the platform that's going to form the basis for this 42nd Parliament. The second part, though, is there's going to be a little bit more meat in there about what direction, hard direction, are going to be taken. So I know that we took Speech from the Throne very seriously. We would craft within that speech where our direction would be. And as a minister, I was held to measure against what was in the Speech from the Throne. And it also sets priorities. What is in there is what really matters to this government. And if it's not in there, you have to wonder where in the legislative agenda it's going to be.
Well, and if it's only going to be 15, 20 minutes, which is sort of what we're hearing, and I know that your former boss, there were sometimes 45 minutes.
Yep.
Obviously, they're going to have to let some things fall by the wayside here in terms of their ambitious agenda.
So for me, it's not just what's in there. I have a pretty good idea of what their top level items are. It's what's missing.
Okay.
I think that's going to be a big piece to watch for.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thanks, Lisa Raitt, the Conservative finance critic, and I'll throw it back to you, Peter.
All right, Rosie, thank you. Well, let's find out what the other opposition party, they were the official opposition last time round, that was the NDP. They'd hoped to be government, didn't turn out that way. They ended up in third place, but they're very much part of the House of Commons still, and watching with interest today, Charlie Angus, who's with Hannah Thibodeau. Hannah.
That's right. Thanks, Peter. So it's Indigenous and Northern Affairs critic Charlie Angus who joins me now. Of course, one of the main things you're going to be looking for in this throne speech is what will they move forward on when it comes to that file?
I think there's an enormous amount of goodwill for the Prime Minister because we've seen so much confrontation and negativity in the previous government. but we know that words alone are not going to handle this file. So we're hearing a lot of talk about reconciliation. What does reconciliation mean at the ground level? What does it mean in communities like Pakanjikam with the horrific housing crisis and the promise Mr. Trudeau made to, end boiled water advisories in 5 years? That's going to take a lot of cash. And I think the real big thing we're looking for is he going to start to flow the money for education?
Now, typically you don't see the money start to flow in a throne speech. That typically is in a budget. So what would you like to see in this throne speech that would show, okay, they're serious about their promises?
This is going to be a moment where Mr. Trudeau is going to signal that they are going to start to take these things on. If we hear that we will get this issue of education fixed, as he promised, in fact, I think it was the first election promise he made in the campaign. He stood up and he said, we'll put $2.6 billion over 4 years to repair the horrific state of education in some of the First Nation communities. So I want to hear that reconciliation means we will move on this. No more study, no more talk. You can see that come this spring, we will start to take action on these issues like the crisis in water, the crisis in education, the crisis in adequate infrastructure that exists in so many communities.
And when it comes to missing and murdered Aboriginal women, they have promised a national inquiry on this. We know that. Do you expect anything further in the throne speech on that?
I think they will signal their willingness to move forward. I've spoken with Minister Carolyn Bennett on it. Again, there's enormous goodwill to get this inquiry off the ground. We don't expect in the throne speech that they're going to give us the nuts and bolts of how this inquiry will happen or whether it will do the job it needs to do. That's further down the road. But again, when the Prime Minister talks reconciliation, what does it mean at the ground level? Because First Nations don't need to talk at 30,000 feet. We need to know what's moving ahead. So great on the murdered and missing women inquiry. I want to hear that. I know it'll be there, but it's the other issues that are going to be vitally important.
Charlie Angus, I want to thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Peter.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much. And I think both the opposition members that we've talked to understand that this is not a day for specifics, but it's very important in general terms which issues are ticked off by the government as to what it will be zeroing in on when legislation and action starts on their behalf. This is the scene just outside the center block right now as the Guard of Honor prepares itself for the arrival of the Governor General. It's about another 15 or 20 minutes away. Just to give you, frame the afternoon for you, the arrival of the Governor General with the attached pomp and pageantry of that is about 15 or 20 minutes away. There will be an inspection of the Guard of Honor, royal salutes outside, then movement inside the center block area, welcome beneath the Peace Tower in the rotunda area of the center block there. And then the kind of parade starts back and forth. They'll first meet in the Senate. The Senate will call for the gentleman usher of the black rod to head down to the House of Commons to invite MPs to come up to the Senate. There you see former Prime Minister Joe Clark. And that, I believe, is Aileen Chrétien in the background there, the wife of Jean Chrétien. So we're going to see lots of different faces here in the next little while of those who are gathering inside the Senate chamber for the eventual reading of the speech from the throne. That's where MPs from the House of Commons will head down towards. So as we watch that, let's bring in our good friends of the At Issue panel. Andrew Coyne is with us in Toronto. In Ottawa tonight, or this afternoon, Chantal Hébert and Althea Raj of the Huffington Post. You know, everybody's mentioned so far, Chantal, and you can start us off here, everybody's talked about how we're not going to see specifics here. We're going to see a number of general things, but nevertheless, everybody's going to be watching closely to see what in fact is mentioned and perhaps even more importantly, what is not mentioned. What are you going to be watching for?
I'm going to be watching for tone and setup to see if they're using this opportunity as they are and many other ways to kind of change the approach. You know that in Great Britain, the Queen gets a bit of a break. She reads for about 10 minutes, 1,000 words, and that's that. So I'm going to see how closely we get to that. I'm not going to be looking for what's in it and what's not in it and draw big conclusions from it, because as you know from this government, we have received the mandate letters of every single minister with their to-do list, and I find that more illuminating than anything that will be read today. It's a scene setter, but it is not the agenda in a restrictive way of this government.
I think David Johnston, the Governor General, will be very happy if it's close to what the Queen has to go through at speeches from the throne at Westminster, if it's shorter than that, and that is what we're expecting. Andrew, what about you? What will you be watching for?
Well, I mean, the first Harper throne speech was quite short as well. They got longer as time went on. And I think throne speeches represent the part of the government's agenda that they think they can control. It's the things they want to do versus the things they have to do. So you're probably going to see things about some of their fiscal plans, the tax changes, the changes to child benefits. You'll see things about Aboriginal reconciliation. You'll see things about parliamentary reform. But meanwhile, there's that whole set of other issues that come onto any government agenda, usually from off our shores, to do with things like refugee crisis or security issues, and they'll spend equal or more time on that in the course of their government. But in the new first flush of enthusiasm when the government's first instituted, I guess the first thing is can they pick 4 or 5 priorities out of those hundreds of promises they've made, and that'll be the most interesting thing to see. The short speech augurs well for that they'll be able to say, here's the broad themes we really want to focus on.
You know, the other thing that's a little bit different about this one is that it's a weekender. It's like a Friday afternoon for a speech from the throne, and there may well have been Friday afternoon speeches from the throne in the past. I don't recall one. It's an interesting positioning of these things, whether it's for, you know, hoping to get the big splash on the Saturday, the weekend newspapers or not, I don't know, or maybe not to get a big splash by placing it at the end of the week. I haven't heard anybody give the strategy behind that, but it is a little bit different. Althea, what are you hearing, and what will you be looking for?
Well, I think the whole point in the last, couple of weeks of this government is just to show that they embody change. We saw that with the Rideau Hall, we saw that with the first Ministers' Conference, we saw that at COP21, and this is another extension of that. So it's going to be shorter, it's going to have less flowery language, but it's also going to include new Canadians, apparently, who've been invited to the floor of the Senate, young people, Aboriginal people, to show that this is a different government with a new face. But in terms of content, I think that we will hear more things about, the training mission in Iraq, for example. But if you looked at the Liberals' campaign platform, it was already grouped in terms of priority areas. Help for the middle class, more open and transparent government. So we're going to hear those themes elaborated on, but I'm not expecting any news at all from the speech.
No news at all, so you won't even be writing a story on today. You'll just be checking out for the weekend.
I'm not saying that,
but it's more a picture for the history books than a document for the history books. If you don't know by now what the priorities of this government are after almost 80 days of campaign, etc., you probably don't care to know, frankly, because they haven't changed between 3 weeks ago and today. I suspect the timing is related to the calendar, the summits that the Prime Minister had to go to, the necessity to get MPs out of here for Christmas. They do want some downtime, and the few things the government wants to accomplish in the House next week. So that's basically where it is. But from past memory, I think, Peter, you can probably testify to that. Throne speeches are a big deal on the day of, and then they as quickly forgotten as the sandwich you had for lunch today.
Well, that's true. Generally, that is the case. But, as Andrew was reminding me last night, there are on occasion times when something kind of lands in a throne speech that nobody was thinking of. What was the one a couple of throne speeches ago about changing the language of the national anthem? And it kind of created a bit of an uproar, and they had to backtrack on it. So, these things, I think, for the most part, turn into, especially opening throne speeches for a change of government, kind of a party atmosphere on the part of the party involved, and that's why you see so many of the old titans of the Liberal Party, former prime ministers and others who are in the Senate chamber today to watch the events and mark the events. But there are kind of two competing agendas here. There's the, you don't want to wait for a long time to call the House into session and have your first speech from the throne, and yet at the same time they are still getting organized. They are bumping up against the holidays that are upcoming, and so the House is really only going to sit for a week, and then they're gone for another 5 or 6 weeks before they come back. So there's a lot of interesting things at play here. Andrew, you want to comment on any of that?
Yeah, I mean, this is a government, like I suppose any government, about symbolism and symbols, and they wanted to convey an image of briskness and efficiency and getting down to work, and so they probably could have gotten away with not recalling Parliament until January, but people like me would have complained, so I guess they decided they wanted to look more businesslike. The other thing, as you mentioned, every now and then something does pop up. There was a throne speech under Harper where they took a line that they'd said in one of their campaign platforms and put it up in the shop window, and that was they were going to invoke the trade and commerce power, or they were holding it up as a threat if the provinces didn't get busy on getting rid of interprovincial trade barriers. As it happened, nothing came of that, so there was 24 hours of excitement around that. Maybe there'll be something new in here, but again, as Althea said, I think you're going to see pretty much a restatement of things that they said in their platform and in the minister's assignment letters. But as I say, the issue is, can they put some emphasis on 4 or 5 of those so you have a strong sense of what their priorities are, and that's unclear at this point.
You know, an irony to some degree that the speech from the throne takes place in the Senate. So much of the last few years has been taken up about the issue of Senate expenses and reforming the Senate. Althea, you've been watching all of this Senate stuff pretty close from inside there. In fact, I think you were in there as well yesterday. Those senators who are sitting there will obviously be listening for whatever references there are to Senate reform. We got a hint yesterday of what the government wants to accomplish. What's the mood? What's the tone in there on the part of the senators, all of them, including the Liberals, many of whom are still confused about what their role is going to be?
Yeah, confusion, I think, is the key word. A lot of them were totally surprised that one of their own, George Fury, was named the Senate Speaker yesterday. The Senate Liberal leader, who was selected by his colleagues, was kept in the dark as of Wednesday, had no idea what was going on and did not expect a new speaker. They really feel like they've been shut out, and they've been shut out on purpose, but they still are personally hurting from the decision that Mr. Trudeau made to kick them out of their caucus. The Conservatives seem to have embraced this new approach to nonpartisanship. I spoke to a senator named Victor O, who doesn't really speak much in the Senate, to be honest, who said he was looking forward to no longer being whipped and being able to speak his mind. So I actually think that there might be some cross-party support on this plan to make the Senate a less partisan body, but how it's going to work, that is less clear. The Liberals said yesterday, the Liberal government that is, said they're going to appoint an independent person from one of these 5 that they're going to select probably in January to be their leader, to be the person charged with shepherding legislation. This will be a neophyte who has no idea how the Senate works and will need the support of both Liberals and Conservatives to get anything passed. And it will be up to members to make sure that the Senate works. Otherwise, it's going to be a total mess.
Well, I suspect from talking to Liberal senators that they feel that they don't know where their place is in the scheme of things more acutely now that their party is in government. That they put up with it when they were in opposition. It wasn't so bad because they had a lot of freedom. But now they're not too sure where they fit in that scheme. And they are also uncertain as to where they'll fit versus those appointees, 22 of them, that will be coming soon to the Senate and who will be appointed according to the new ways of the government. So it's going to be interesting to see some of the older Liberal strategists who are in the Senate try to find a way to be relevant to this regime. At this point, that has not happened.
Andrew, you want in on this?
Well, they do seem to be making it up as they go along, and maybe that's par for the course. It is a tough knot to untangle the whole Senate mess. This business of appointing, on a nonpartisan basis sounds nice. The worry, of course, is that if senators start to feel that they're more legitimate because they're no longer under the taint of partisanship, et cetera, do they start flexing their muscles more than they have in the past? And they've done it too often in the past for my liking to begin with. And it'd be most unpleasant if they started voting down legislation. I think part of the method in the Liberals' madness, of course, is they have a vested interest in making it less partisan, since there's a Tory majority in the Senate right now. And the last thing they need is Tories starting to try and frustrate their will. And if they can emphasize this, let's all be less partisan, let's not vote on party lines, that's obviously in the Liberals' interest as well as being perhaps in the public interest.
And of course, those who are against an appointed Senate aren't taking much glee in the reforms that have been suggested, because they're still, whatever way you look at it, they're still appointed. It may be less partisan the way they are, but they're still appointed. It's not an elected Senate or an elected body. All right, we're going to let Andrew, Chantal, and Althea go, because they, especially in the case of Chantal and Althea, they want to get in position to have a chance to talk to some of these people as they head back and forth between the two chambers and get a sense of the reaction to the speech from the throne when it takes place. So we thank you. We'll see you after the speech. Get your thoughts on what we've witnessed. Looking inside the chamber once again, these aren't all senators. You can be sure of that. Most of these are, ladies and gentlemen, are invited guests, members of the diplomatic corps. You heard Anna Thibodeau talking about noticing the ambassador from Turkey heading in there just a few moments ago. But of the senators, there are 22 vacancies, as we've mentioned. There's Art Eggleton, a Liberal senator, former Liberal cabinet minister, Serge Royal, sitting next to him, another former Liberal cabinet minister who's in the Senate now. There are 45 Conservative senators, so technically the Conservatives have the majority. Well, more than technically, they have the majority inside the Senate. The Liberals have 29. There are 9 independents. That number has been growing. We saw one of the Conservative senators leaving that Senate caucus just yesterday and moving into the independent category, and that was Jacques Demers, the former coach of the Detroit Red Wings, Montreal Canadiens, I think former Stanley Cup coach. He was appointed into the Senate by Stephen Harper, but he has abandoned the Conservatives and will sit as an independent. Anyway, you'll catch some familiar faces there. We've seen Joe Clark a few times, the former Conservative Prime Minister, talking with Aline Chrétien just a moment ago. Jean Chrétien's wife, of course. So we'll keep an eye on that, try to, well, there he is now, talking with Jean Chrétien. So we're told that John Turner should be there as well today, and Paul Martin should be there. We haven't, at least I haven't caught a glimpse of them yet, but many different Indigenous leaders there. There's Pamela Wallin, by the way, a very controversial senator in the last few years as her expenses have been audited and checked. No charges there have been laid. The RCMP is allegedly doing an investigation into her expenses, as they are into other expenses of other senators. So there's lots more still kind of chugging away on that Senate story. Mike Duffy, as you know, of course, is still on trial in an Ottawa court, and that is still underway. So the Senate now, everybody standing. This is one of the initial processions. Maybe bring in, you see the 9 chairs empty there at the front. Those are the seats for the Supreme Court justices. They will be arriving a little later. The Governor General is yet to arrive on Parliament Hill. He's just a few moments away. So there are a couple of kind of procedural things that are going on both inside the Senate and outside the Parliament buildings over these next few minutes.
To protect our Queen and to bless the people of Canada. Guide us in our endeavors. Let your Spirit preside over our deliberations, so that at this time assembled, we may serve ever better the cause of peace and justice in our land and throughout the world. Le Seigneur Dieu, daigne protéger notre reine et bénir les Canadiens. Dirige-nous dans nos travaux. Fais que ton esprit anime nos délibérations, pour qu'ainsi assemblés, nous servions toujours mieux la cause de la paix et de la justice dans notre pays et dans le monde. Amen. As there is no business before the Senate, is it your pleasure, honourable senators, that the sitting be suspended to await the arrival of His Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada? D'accord. Le Sénat n'étant saisi d'aucune affaire, vous plaît-il, honorable sénateur, que la séance soit suspendue pour attendre l'arrivée de son
So what we're witnessing here now is the Senate business actually starting for the afternoon, which actually starts by saying we have no business. So let's await the arrival of the Governor General, who will be arriving on the Hill in a few minutes, and then the various processions that will take place before we actually hear the speech from the throne. We're still a good half an hour, 45 minutes away from that actually happening, but we'll have the opportunity to see lots of movement before then in terms of the process and the procedure and the ceremony of this day. Beautiful chamber, the Senate, and one of the things about this day that does interest a lot of Canadians is there is no regular television inside the Senate chamber. We see it in the House of Commons, obviously, but this is one of the rare occasions when there is a speech from the throne where the television cameras are allowed inside the Senate. Now, it doesn't look quite like this. It's nowhere near as busy as this or as filled as this when the Senate proceedings are taking place, but you get a chance to see inside and get a sense of what this place looks like. And if you ever see, in those few rare times when you do see inside the Senate, senators looking up, this is what they're looking at. The upper levels of the Senate chamber are ringed by these incredible, huge murals that were taken and painted by Canadian war artists in the First World War. These buildings, the Parliament buildings, were constructed after the Great Fire of 1916, and these murals became home. They weren't originally designed for here, but they became home for the murals, like that one from Arras in France, the cathedral there, various troops on leave. This one was painted, it was painted in 1918, that particular one. But here you get a sense from the wider shot of where those murals are placed. Those who sit in the Senate chamber say they often, in days that are kind of sensing to be dragging on a little bit, they look up at those paintings and are quite overwhelmed by what's captured in them. They're all related to Canadian involvement in the First World War, and we know how historic Canada's involvement was, not just Vimy Ridge, but on all kinds of other battles and particular scenes and moments. You saw a scene of, horses. That was the veterinary brigade, those who looked after war horses. If you saw the film War Horse, or if you saw it in the theater, the play, a powerful story about the horses, many of whom, just like the troops, lost their lives in the ugly battles of the First World War. But one of the paintings is devoted to those who served just looking after the animals, and primarily horses, in the First World War. So that's many of the members of the diplomatic corps. That's the German ambassador in the middle of your picture there, Werner Venent, but many of his colleagues from various other countries who are always invited to be there for the speech from the throne. This is one of the processions that takes place heading towards the Senate chamber and the House of Commons chamber. Now, you remember from James Fitzmaurice's piece the other moment, the Senate will come down and invite MPs to come down and watch the proceedings that take place in the Senate chamber. There's former Prime Minister John Turner and his wife Jill Turner, along with Jean Chrétien, Joe Clark. Paul Martin, we're told, has had to cancel the last minute. He won't be here today. But this is a glimpse of history there. You don't often see that picture, but there's your Prime Minister from 79, from 84, and in the case of Jean Chrétien, from 93 to 2003. So Hannah, you've captured the scene both inside the Senate and outside. Give us a sense of what you're witnessing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We were just taking a look at former prime ministers there. We've seen them all arrive. Former Prime Minister John Turner just arrived. You can see him sitting there with Joe Clark. And off to the side here, what I find quite interesting, Peter, I'm in the foyer of the Senate. They have these seats set up where family members can sit as well. And I was talking with one new MP. It's Rachel Blaney. She's an NDP MP from British Columbia. Her husband is in fact sitting out here watching the feed outside. There is a lot of interest in this throne speech, and in fact this was the first one for him to attend, so he was quite excited about that. There are also a group of school children who have prime seating in the Senate to get to see the throne speech be read by Governor General David Johnston. And well, actually the crowd, I just turned around, got a little bit thinner out here. I think a few of those front seats, they got in at the last minute, so they did take some of the seating away from out here. But as you can see, there are even people outside watching.
Well, one of the things they're watching outside is the arrival now on Parliament Hill of the Governor General. His motorcade has just arrived, driving up from Rideau Hall. And for David Johnston and his wife Sharon, this for Governor General Johnston, his third throne speech. Sworn in October 1st, 2010. The terms are normally 5 years, but Governor General Johnston was extended 2 years by the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper just a few months ago, till September of 2017. Here's the first royal salute of the day. And the Guard Commander now invites the Governor General, with the 21-gun salute going on in the background, to inspect the Guard of Honor. Governor General has 5 daughters, 12 grandchildren, and has been a very active GG just in the last little while. Rosie, while you were overseas covering the Prime Minister, the Governor General was holding a kind of a forum at Rideau Hall about the refugee situation in Canada, listening to various groups talk about what they were planning and encouraging others to get involved as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was an attempt by the Governor General to embrace what this government has called sort of a project for the nation. That's how they're trying to frame the Syrian refugee issue, as something that everybody can and should get involved in. And the Governor General was obviously trying to play on that. He's someone that is very involved with literacy, volunteerism, all those different aspects are parts of what he has made this job. So I think that was an attempt to try and tap into how that might look when it comes to welcoming Syrian refugees into this country over the next couple of weeks.
It was interesting because, there were some eyebrows raised a little bit, wondering about whether or not the Governor General was involving himself very directly in an issue that was receiving a lot of headlines on the front pages and some debate surrounding the appropriateness of the timetable involved. So it was interesting to see that he just plowed ahead, stayed very focused on that, and it never did become an issue in spite of some raised eyebrows.
And I think you could make the case that, yes, it was political and he's supposed to stay away from those things, but there are larger aspects of society here that he was trying to tap into. And I think he pulled it off, at least from what I saw, that it didn't get into a political conversation. And besides, the political conversation has sort of moved on, hasn't it? We are now at the stage where it's happening, and people are going to have to find ways to help or not.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is there were no parties against bringing Syrian refugees to Canada. It was all an argument over numbers and timetables. But you're right, it didn't evolve into an issue of any kind. So the inspection of the Guard of Honor seems to be complete. The Governor General finding everything in order, and be a second royal salute here before they head inside.
Salut royal, présenté.
It is remarkable. We are into December. It is Canada, and yet the Governor General not wearing a coat. It's 6 degrees in Ottawa on this day, so it's a little cloudy, slight breeze, but a December day with no top coat. Don't see a lot of those. So the Governor General walks into the historic and beautiful rotunda area of the center block. And waiting to greet him, Prime Minister Trudeau and his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau. It's James Cowan, the leader of the Senate Liberals, and the leader of the opposition in the Senate, Claude Carignan. The head of the Armed Forces, Jonathan Vance, and the head of the RCMP, Bob Paulson.
Great gas.
And not acting as age playing hockey.
Excellency.
I like this. He's acting like a 21-year-old.
Taking advantage. Thanks for referencing.
Be careful he doesn't have a speech.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister, we'll just stand here, sir. Stand here. Okay. Very good. Just over here, sir. Just a little bit. That's wonderful. Just good. Very good.
And that gentleman at the front is the gentleman usher of the Black Rod, who will be getting the procession underway after this moment. An Indigenous honor song performed by David Charette from Manitoulin Island. Indigenous issues expected to be a significant part of the speech from the throne when it's read by Governor General David Johnston. You saw waiting inside the Senate a number of Indigenous leaders, including Perry Bellegarde, the head of the Assembly of First Nations. We'll be hearing from him after the speech in terms of what he thinks of what he hears. Some of these youngsters who are assembled here in the Hall of Honor, the Parliament buildings, are new refugees who have arrived from Syria, some of these young kids.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Hello. How are you doing? Just fine. Good to see you. Hi, how are you doing? Hey, you get
Now, I know a number of you have been wondering about the Governor General's wife, Sharon Johnson, who you can probably notice has her arm in a sling. She had recent surgery repairing some tendons in her shoulder, and that's why her arm is in a sling. But she didn't want to miss today, and she hasn't. So the Governor General, the Prime Minister, welcoming some of the new Canadians and Syrian refugees. Let's try and listen in here.
You sit down, nice chair. What are you doing? Good. Come in. Nice to meet you. How are you? Good to see you. Where are you from? Where are you from?
So this assembled group, once again, that the official party is meeting, new Canadians, Syrian refugees, youth from a couple of schools, the École Secondaire Catholique Franco-Cité and the Henry Larson Elementary School in Ottawa and Gatineau.
We had a mock election at our school. They're not citizens yet. The same day, you won. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you. Congratulations. Thank you. Good job.
Hi there. Hello, how are you doing? Great to see you. How are you? What's your name? Julia. What a pretty name. Yeah. And I bet you're 13 years old. 12 years old. Almost 13. How are you? Good to see you.
The Governor General playing the age guessing game. It's pretty close. Youth and diversity, a major part of this day and a major part of what the Trudeau government wants to signal their interest in. Obviously, this group that are assembled outside, all young people, various backgrounds. Inside the Senate chamber, also invited to listen to the speech today, students from Roberta Bonder Public School and Lisgar Collegiate Institute, both in Ottawa. And all this happening in, and this is a great shot of it, the Hall of Honor. It stretches from the Rotunda area, just inside the front doors of the Parliament building, straight down there towards the Parliamentary Library. I think we all know what happened in this very same walkway just 13
Prime Minister, right here, sir.
and a half months ago. This is vastly different from that day.
Up front.
So Blackrod assembling the official party, the Prime Minister, the Governor General, as they will proceed
Your Excellency, right here, we'll
towards
line
the
up.
Senate chamber
We'll just pair up, very good.
for the speech from the throne.
And just wait and steady up. And proceed.
So the gentleman usher of the Black Rod is leading the way for the Governor General. His name is John Greg Peters, the usher of the Black Rod. And we'll have lots of chance to talk about him in the next little while because he leads a number of different parades back and forth between the Senate chamber here and the House of Commons just down the hall. But still some waiting to go. You saw a few minutes ago, you saw Joe Clark and John Turner checking their watches, wondering how things were going time-wise. This is all running 10, 15 minutes a little behind schedule here, and I think the opportunity existed for the official party to meet some of those young people in the Hall of Honor. They took it. That might have delayed things a little bit. Those are obviously the 9 justices of the Supreme Court of Canada. Middle of the front row there, Beverly McLaughlin, the Chief Justice. It was a Chief Justice who read the speech from the throne in 1974. Jules Leger was the Governor General at that time, but Bora Laskin, the Chief Justice, read the speech because the GG was not well. He had suffered a stroke, and in fact, the rest of his term was a difficult one for him, and at different times in different speeches from the throne in the 1970s, Jules Leger was assisted by his wife, Pauline Leger. Hélène Chrétien. In conversation there. Some of the young people inside the Senate chamber. And no, nobody wears that crown during this ceremony. That is at the end of the mace. Speech from the throne has been read twice in Canada by the Queen, 1957 and 1977. So at this point, we're still 10 or 15 minutes away from the actual speech being read, and as we said, there is some process to take place before then as MPs are invited down to listen to it. Many more MPs now than there have ever been, 338. The last few speeches from the throne, there was no way they could get all the MPs into the tiny area at the end of the Senate chamber that they are allowed to occupy in the Senate to listen to the speech from the throne. And usually what happens is veteran MPs ensure that new MPs get the opportunity to see one of these days close up. And as Rosie pointed out earlier, there are almost 200, I think it's 197 exactly, new MPs who will get the opportunity today to hear their first speech from the throne from inside the Senate chamber. Now, on an embargoed basis, they've started passing out speeches. I know Rosie's got one because they always make sure she gets one first, but she can't tell us anything that's in it. Can you give us any hints about length, or is it as billed that it's, 6 or 7 pages, 15 or 20 minutes?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it takes 15 or 20 minutes, but I don't know how quickly the Governor General reads, perhaps slower than I do. And you know what, I'm going to dare to show the front. It's called Making Real Change Happen, which, the real change part's not surprising. Making it happen, I guess, is what the government has to do. And it's interesting because the front of it, I don't know that I've ever seen one like this. It's got just different various faces of children on the front of it. And that's about all I'll say, because otherwise I'll start saying things that are inside. But yes, it's look, I mean, it's thin, right? And this is both languages, one on each side. So it's not going to be long by any stretch of the imagination. What to me is more interesting is already the difference that we're seeing in the way this is unfolding. There are, in fact, some MPs tweeting from inside. They're wondering where the usher is to come and get them. And the reason it's taking a while is because that reception line was so long. I don't think I've seen a reception line that long before.
Yeah.
I mean, usually it's, maybe 15 people or just the officials, but to have all those real people there, I think that's obviously something the government's trying to signal as still important to them, and they're trying to reach out to sort of regular Canadians, if you will.
Yeah, I think you're bang on there. I don't recall seeing, beyond the officials, the Senate speakers and the House of Commons speaker and the various different, armed forces, RCMP leaders. I don't recall seeing a part of the official delegation, because they really were that, the various new Canadians and Syrian refugees. But underlining that is, I think, Rosie, exactly what you said, is that ever since the government was elected, especially since the swearing-in ceremony a month ago today, what they have tried to highlight is youth and diversity. They did it in their obviously in their own new cabinet with many young members. The diversity angles to that cabinet we know well, but you're seeing it on certainly seeing it on the big days. But as we all know, it's what you deliver beyond the image. So that's what's so important about that document that you were holding, in terms of what hints it'll give us how they're going to deliver.
Yeah, it's the last word in the title of the document. It's the happen that is complicated. It's the happen that is the tough part of governing. You can promise all sorts of change, and certainly that's what this government was elected on, and we'll hear that reflected in the throne speech. It's the implementation that becomes more complicated, and I don't think that we will see in this speech a real sense of how quickly some things will unfold. Some things are easy to do. It's fairly easy to bring back the long-form sense. It's a little more complicated to send in more military trainers to Iraq and Syria. So I'm not sure you're going to get these firm timelines on any of the big commitments, but you'll get a sense of where the priorities continue to be and what message they want Canadians to take going forward. There is still, I think, Peter, a lot of goodwill amongst Canadians for this government. And so they will be allowed some time to do some of these things, and they will take that time when they lay out this speech here in terms of what the markers may or may not be.
And some of those promises that involve issues that directly impact Canadians, especially middle-class Canadians, on taxes, etc., do get a little more complicated, because some of them require budgetary measures. But I think that I hear you correctly saying they're going to see some implementation of some changes right away next week.
Yeah, on Monday, the Liberal government intends to introduce a Ways and Means notice for a Ways and Means motion. So this is a technical term that allows you to do some tax changes to tax regulations and tax laws without having to bring in the budget. So they can make the changes to the tax code that would tax what the Liberals call the richest of Canadians, those making more than $200,000, and then take some of that revenue and give it back to the middle class, which they evaluate to be Canadians who make between $45,000 and $89,000. So that's something that can happen right away. The other change that they are signaling right away is on the tax-free savings account. They had previously said that they would not allow the Conservative commitment to boost that up to $10,000 a year. They would not allow that to go ahead. So it will be reduced down, I think, to $5,500, which is what it was supposed to be originally. Those are two things that they can do next week, and they will do very quickly and are an important part of their platform. At least the middle-class tax cut is, that's for sure.
All right. Thanks, Rosie. Keep watching, because we're going to give a sense now of the procession from the Speaker's chambers, led by the usher of the Black Rod, John Greg Peters. Retired member of the RCMP, by the way. He's from PEI. So the trumpets herald the arrival inside the Senate chamber of the Governor General, David Johnston, Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, heading towards those specially carved thrones. $338 they cost when they were built in the 1800s. Of course, the dollar went a longer way then than it does now.
Please be seated. Voyez-vous s'asseoir.
Bâton noir. Rendez-vous à la Chambre des communes et informez-la que c'est le plaisir de son Excellence le Gouverneur général que les communes se rendent immédiatement auprès de lui dans la salle du Sénat. Black Rod, you will proceed to the House of Commons and acquaint that House that it is the pleasure of His Excellency the Governor General that they attend him immediately in the Senate chamber.
So Black Rod takes the first of, you saw it, 1,034 steps. At least that's the estimate, as he heads down towards the House of Commons chamber. They pass Rosie Barton, knock on that door 3 times to gain entry. This is all part of the tradition of the day. You saw that piece from James Fitzmaurice earlier as to how this all started. The Governor General or the Queen is not allowed inside the Commons. And so the Commons, the MPs, come to the Senate to hear the Senate, to hear the speech from the throne. Walking down the hallways of the Senate side of the Parliament buildings. If you think the floor looks a little shinier there, you're right, it does. It's a little duller on the House side. More common, as they say, on the Commons side. Past the portraits of former senators and Senate speakers, approaching the rotunda area. There's great shots of this area. If you haven't been to the Parliament buildings, if you get a chance to go to Ottawa, it is well worth the visit. If you get no further than standing in that area right there. That's basically the halfway mark, the rotunda area. Those are where the front doors were. Now heading down the area that has the portraits of former prime ministers. There you see them. That was John Turner just passing there a moment ago. I think Pierre Trudeau's portrait is right there, just passing. So Blackrod heads down to the House of Commons. You'd be allowed inside to make the invitation, and you'll see the MPs rushing down to try and get a good spot.
A message from His Excellency the Governor General. Un message de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Excellency the Governor General. Monsieur le Président, un message de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général.
Le messager.
So the Sergeant-at-Arms, the House of Commons, will now invite Blackrod to give his message.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of His Excellency the Governor General that this honourable House attend him immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président, c'est le plaisir de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général que cette honorable Chambre se rende immédiatement auprès de lui dans la salle du Sénat.
So the message has been delivered. A lot of bowing there. And here they come. The MPs, almost 200 of them, new, pouring out of the doors of the House of Commons. They'll all give the nod to Rosie as they pass by. The procession begins heading towards the Senate chamber. Rosie, you're right there. Give us a sense of it.
Yeah, well, Maurice Bélanger, one of the first MPs out, he was recently diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, and a lot of his colleagues have been trying to support him over the past number of days. And some of the MPs I talked to yesterday, Peter, the new MPs, remember more than 200 of them, were very anxious to make sure they got in and got a good spot up at, as you said, the bar, the gold bar that sort of restricts how far they can go into the Red Chamber. There's not a lot of room down there, so some of them are going to be disappointed, that's for sure. And just in case people are wondering, those white ribbons that they are wearing today, it's the National Day of Action Against Violence of Women, and anniversary of the shooting at Polytechnique, so they're wearing those white ribbons as they do for various events inside the House of Commons. Hi. It's a very collegial day. This isn't the day where things have gone partisan yet. Everybody's still getting along, and so you see people walking. There's Stephen Blaney and Monsieur Dion walking together. You see people walking with sort of their opponents, if you will, because they're all still trying to get along and being friendly. And I have to say, yesterday too, they were all sort of introducing each other to one another and trying to build some relationships because they're going to be around for a while. So.
Well, that should last another hour anyway.
At least.
Until, you know, I mean, listen, let's face it, the opposition is there for a reason, to oppose and to propose. So we've got, you know, all proposed alternatives, but you'll hear the opposition as the day goes on when they actually have something to work with in terms of the speech from the throne. They'll be asking questions about what they think should have been said or shouldn't have been said, and we'll hear those remarks as the afternoon goes on. But as Rosie said, it is a day where you see a lot of smiles, a lot of collegiality, especially as they head down there and try and get some space in an area that was originally designed for barely a couple hundred MPs at the turn of the last century. Now we're up around 338 total number of MPs, and they will not get them all in there. Some will be having to watch from out in the lobby area. So let's watch now, because this is the actual start. You don't want to miss a word. Well, you can see they're still trying to pack him in through the back there, led by the new Speaker of the House of Commons.
Order à l'ordre.
And here he is now.
The House of Commons has elected me their Speaker, though I am but little able to fulfill the important duties thus assigned to me. If in the performance of these duties I should at any time fall into error, I pray that the fault may be imputed to me and not to the Commons, whose servant I am, and who, through me, the better to enable them to discharge their duty to their Queen and country, humbly claim all their undoubted rights and privileges, especially that they may have freedom of speech in their debates, access to your Excellency's person at all seasonable times, and that their proceedings may receive from Your Excellency the most favorable construction. Qu'il plaise à votre Excellence. La Chambre des communes m'a élu président, bien que je sois peu capable de remplir les devoirs importants qui me sont par là assignés. Si dans l'exécution de ces devoirs, il m'arrive jamais de faire une erreur, je demande que la faute me soit imputée et non aux communes, dont je suis le serviteur et qui, en vue de s'acquitter le mieux possible de leurs devoirs envers la reine et le pays, réclament humblement, par ma voix, la reconnaissance de leurs droits et privilèges incontestables, notamment la liberté de parole dans leurs débats, ainsi que l'accès auprès de la personne de votre Excellence, en tout temps convenable, et demande votre Excellence veuille bien interpréter de la manière la plus favorable leur délibération.
Monsieur le Président, Son Excellence le Gouverneur général me charge de vous dire que, ayant pleine confiance dans la loyauté et l'attachement de la Chambre des communes envers la personne et le gouvernement de Sa Majesté. Et ne doutons nullement que ces délibérations seront marquées au coin de la sagesse, de la modération et de la prudence. Il lui accorde et en toute occasion saura reconnaître ses privilèges constitutionnels. J'ai également ordre de vous assurer que les communes auront en toute occasion convenable libre accès auprès de son Excellence et que leurs délibérations, ainsi que vos paroles et vos actes, seront toujours interprétés par lui de la manière la plus favorable. Mr. Speaker, I am commanded by His Excellency the Governor General to declare to you that he freely confides in the duty and attachment of the House of Commons to Her Majesty's person and government, and not doubting that their proceedings will be conducted with wisdom, temper, and prudence, he grants and upon all occasions will recognize and allow their constitutional privileges. I am commanded also to assure you that the Commons shall have ready access to His Excellency upon all seasonable occasions, and that their proceedings, as well as your words and actions, will constantly receive from him the most favorable construction.
Honorable Senators, members of the House of Commons, Mesdames et Messieurs, as the representative of Her Majesty the Queen, I am pleased to be here to deliver the speech from the throne. A warm welcome to those of you who are returning to your duties as parliamentarians, including those who are returning after an absence. Know that your experience is valued. Welcome also to the 197 members who are newly elected. Your enthusiasm and fresh ideas will serve your country well. J'invite tous les parlementaires à travailler ensemble dans un nouvel esprit d'innovation, d'ouverture et de collaboration. En tant que gouverneur
As Governor General, I have seen firsthand what a great country Canada is, from coast to coast to coast. And I also know this: we can be even better. How?
By being smart and caring, on a scale as never before. The times we live in demand nothing less. Canada succeeds in large part because here, diverse perspectives and different opinions are celebrated, not silenced. Parliament shall be no exception. In this Parliament, all members will be honored, respected, and heard wherever they sit. For here in these chambers, the voices of all Canadians matter. N'oublions pas toutefois.
Let us not forget, however, that Canadians have been clear and unambiguous in their desire for real change. Canadians want their government to do different things and to do things differently. They want to be able to trust their government, and they want leadership that is focused on the things that matter most to them. Things like growing the economy, creating jobs, strengthening the middle class, and helping those working hard to join it. Through careful consideration and respectful conduct, the government can meet these challenges and all others brought before it. By working together in the service of all Canadians, the government can make real change happen. It will do so in the following ways.
First and foremost, the government believes that all Canadians should have a real and fair chance to succeed. Central to that success is a strong and growing middle class. The government will, as an immediate priority, deliver a tax cut for the middle class. This is the fair thing to do and the smart thing to do for Canada's economy. The government has also committed to provide more direct help to those who need it by giving less to those who do not. The new Canada Child benefit will do just that. And recognizing that public investment is needed to create and support economic growth, job creation, and economic prosperity, the government will make significant new investments in public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. To give Canadians a more secure retirement, the government will work with the provinces and territories to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. The employment insurance system will be strengthened to make sure that it best serves both the Canadian economy and all Canadians who need it. To create more opportunities for young Canadians, especially those from low and middle income families, the government will work with the provinces and territories to make post-secondary education more affordable. And to support the health and well-being of all Canadians, the government will begin work with the provinces and territories to develop a new health accord. The government will undertake these and other initiatives while pursuing a fiscal plan that is responsible, transparent, and suited to challenging economic times. Deuxièmement, le gouvernement s'engage à être ouvert.
Second, the government is committed to open and transparent government. The trust Canadians have in public institutions, including Parliament, has at times been compromised. By working with greater openness and transparency, Parliament can restore it. To make sure that every vote counts, the government will undertake consultations on electoral reform and will take action to ensure that 2015 will be the last federal election conducted under the first-past-the-post voting system. To restore public trust and bring an end to partisanship, the government will follow through on its commitment to reform the Senate by creating a new, nonpartisan, merit-based process to advise the Prime Minister on Senate appointments, and to give Canadians a stronger voice in the House of Commons. The government will promote more open debate and free votes, and reform and strengthen committees. Also notable are the things the government will not do. It will not use government ads for partisan purposes. It will not interfere with the work of parliamentary officers. And it will not resort to devices like prorogation and omnibus bills to avoid scrutiny.
Third, the government will prove to Canadians and to the world that a clean environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. We cannot have one without the other. Protecting the environment and growing the economy are not incompatible goals. In fact, our future success depends and demands that we do both. Last week, First Ministers met ahead of the international climate change talks, a first step in an important and ongoing process. Working together, the government will continue to provide leadership as Canada works toward putting a price on carbon and reducing carbon pollution. To encourage economic growth, the government will make strategic investments in clean technology, provide more support for companies seeking to export those technologies, and lead by example in their use. And as part of efforts to restore public trust, the government will introduce new environmental assessment processes. Public input will be sought and considered. Environmental impacts will be understood and minimized. Decisions will be informed by scientific evidence. And Indigenous peoples will be more fully engaged in reviewing and monitoring major resource development projects. Quatrièmement, le programme.
Fourth, the government's agenda reflects that Canada's strength is its diversity. Canadians elected a government to bring us together, not to set us against one another. Canada is strong because of our differences, not in spite of them. As a country, we are strengthened in many ways by our shared experiences, by the diversity that inspires both Canada and the world, and by the way that we treat each other. Because it is both the right thing to do and a certain path to economic growth, the government will undertake to renew, nation to nation, the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples, one based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Among other measures, the government will work cooperatively to implement recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, will launch an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and will work with First Nations so that every First Nations child receives a quality education. The government will make it easier for immigrants to build successful lives in Canada, reunite their families, and contribute to the economic success of all Canadians. In response to a pressing international need and underscored by Canadians' desire to help, the government will welcome 25,000 new Canadians from Syria to arrive in Canada by the end of February 2016. In gratitude for the services of Canada's veterans, the government will do more to support them and their families. The government will support CBC Radio-Canada, encourage and promote the use of Canada's official languages, and invest in Canada's cultural and creative industries.
Fifth, the government is committed to providing greater security and opportunity for Canadians. Canadians are open, accepting, and generous people. We know that helping those in need strengthens our communities and makes them safer and more prosperous places to live. The government will strengthen its relationship with allies, especially with our closest friend and partner, the United States. Internationally, the government will focus its development assistance on helping the world's poorest and most vulnerable. To contribute to greater peace throughout the world, the government will renew Canada's commitment to United Nations peacekeeping operations and will continue to work with its allies in the fight against terrorism. To keep Canadians safe and be ready to respond when needed, the government will launch an open and transparent process to review existing defense capabilities and will invest in building a leaner, more agile, better equipped military. And to expand economic opportunities for all Canadians, the government will negotiate beneficial trade agreements and pursue other opportunities with emerging markets. Recognizing that Canada is fundamentally a safe and peaceful country, the government will continue to work to keep all Canadians safe, while at the same time protecting our cherished rights and freedoms. To that end, the government will introduce legislation that will provide greater support for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, that will get handguns and assault weapons off our streets, and that will legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana. Le programme présenté aujourd'hui est certes ambitieux.
The agenda outlined today is an ambitious one, but it is not one forged in isolation. Rather, it is the result of conversations with Canadians who told the government, plainly and honestly, what they need to be successful. Canadians are confident people. We know who we are, and we know what kind of country we want to live in.
That Canada is capable of. And we know that our success is not only about doing well for ourselves, but also about leaving an even better, more peaceful, and prosperous world for our children. As you consider the important work that lies ahead, remember that Canadians have placed their trust in you. It is now your sacred responsibility to help build that better world. By focusing on growing our middle class, on delivering open and transparent government, on ensuring a clean environment and a strong economy, on building a stronger Canada, and providing greater security and opportunity, the government will make real change happen. It will prove that better is not only possible, it is the inevitable result when Canadians work together. Mesdames et Messieurs les députés,
Members of the House of Commons, you will be asked to appropriate the funds required to carry out the services and expenditures authorized by Parliament.
Honourable members of the Senate and members of the House of Commons, may divine providence guide you in your deliberations and make you faithful custodians of the trust bestowed upon you.
So there you have it, Governor General David Johnston with a just under 15-minute speech from the throne. That's certainly one of the shorter ones, but it did cover a lot of ground, mostly, if not totally, ground that was promised during the campaign and in statements since the campaign. How much meat is on the bones, as they say, in terms of describing what the plan will be to get some of these ideas move towards completion? Well, that will be the question, and it will be interesting to see how the various opposition leaders react to that, and the various groups who were in attendance there invited to listen to the speech from the throne. As the process continues here, and it's now very much part of the procedure of ending the speech from the throne, let's bring in Rosie Barton and Hannah Thibodeau with their thoughts on what they witnessed. Rosie first, what do you make of that?
Well, it's brief. I mean, they weren't lying when they said it was going to be efficient. It's so efficient that it's just over 1,700 words, and my trusty producers have told me that the last one that was short in that length was Stephen Harper. Was that his first one?
There's one I think it was his first one, yeah.
2,400, right? So it's even shorter than that. But you're quite right. I think there's a lot in there. Not a lot of details in terms of timelines, but big, broad sentences and commitments that we've heard through the election. Things around transparency of government and changes that they plan to make there. First Nations, working with allies. That to me was an interesting sentence where they said that they were going to strengthen the relationship with allies, especially our closest friend, the United States. Climate change and other big picture things. So no surprises at all, but I think very much to the point. Here are all the things that we said we were going to do. Now we'll try and do them. It's this next part that becomes more complicated.
It is. What I found interesting was the way they divided everything into 5 categories, and the order in which they placed those categories, not necessarily making one any more important than the other, but a list is a list. And when you look at this, it goes economy, openness and transparency, environment and climate change, number 4, diversity, and number 5, security, which incorporated a lot of different things, everything from the relationship with the U.S. down to the legalization of marijuana. So there was a lot of different things within there. But as you say, lots of points, but boiled down into 5 things. Hannah Thibodeau, your thoughts from watching outside the Senate chamber. What did you make of it?
The one thing that I really want to point to, there are a couple things in the security and opportunities segment that you were just discussing. When it comes to the military, there's a key word in there that I found surprising. It says, invest in building a leaner, more agile military. What exactly that means? Will it mean moving money being spent, for example, in the CF-8, the F-35 fighter jets over to the shipbuilding? Because we've heard Terry discussing this, that the shipbuilding costs have just skyrocketed. Where are they going to get that money from? So the word leaner is something that I picked out of that. Another thing, when it comes to legalizing marijuana, this wasn't in the official election campaign, but it was the very first promise that Justin Trudeau made when he became leader. So that we know that he and his team have been working on this, talking to different states in the U.S. about legalizing marijuana. And another thing you have to remember about that is the revenue that is going to bring in, because when it comes to running deficits and getting out of deficit in the 4th year, they may need that money, in fact, to bring them out of deficit in that 4th year.
All right, all good points. You're right. I too kind of sort of ears perked up on that, the issue about the armed forces and the leaner, more agile. I mean, any number of things. They're also talked about getting back into, in a more serious way, into peacekeeping. So there's some interesting things there up for discussion. We'll have to see how that one comes down. There's been lots of talk in the military, especially in terms of the Army, about whether to move out of kind of regular, regular ground troops and more into special forces, which would be leaner, more agile, but it also can be quite expensive when you're going to have, a serious kind of special forces groups. Anyway, inside the Senate chamber there, we see the basic issue. The event is kind of over now, and people will start to flow out. Both Hannah and Rosie will be getting some of the guests, get their sense of it, especially the various opposition party members. Some cabinet ministers as well may want to give us more indication of how they plan to move forward on some of the promises of the throne speech. As we mentioned earlier, before the throne speech started, you always kind of look for something that was unexpected. So far, we haven't seen that. No surprises, but lots of detail in there in terms of the broad strokes, not so much in the detail of how it will be delivered. Former Prime Minister Joe Clark, one of a number of former Prime Ministers, you saw Jean Chrétien and John Turner, were also inside the Senate chamber. So we're awaiting now to get some of that other reaction a little later. In about 15 or 20 minutes time, we'll also hear from Andrew Chantel and Althea Raj, get their thoughts on all this and what they made of it. So Rosie, the MPs starting to float back down there towards the House of Commons?
They are indeed, and many of them asking for my opinion already. My opinion continues to be it was short.
It's supposed to be the other way around. You're supposed to ask them for their...
No, I'm aware, but they want immediate feedback from us, I guess. I happen to have the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, Carolyn Bennett, though, beside me, and she, her department had a small mention, although a weighty mention, Minister, in the throne speech. You have a lot to do, I think it's fair to say, and the throne speech managed to boil it down to a paragraph, but there's an awful lot to do inside that paragraph, implementing all of the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. How quickly does that have to start?
Well, I think that we're going to begin immediately with the partners that we will need to do that with. And so provinces and territories are already on side, the universities. It's exciting to see how much support there is to get these recommendations done. And so the Prime Minister will meet with the National Aboriginal Organizations next week after we've received the final report. And it is... it's going to be, again, everything we're doing is about a partnership.
The report is to come on the 15th.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so in a couple of weeks, and then he'll sit down with all of these people. Might we expect as well a signal in terms of how you'll proceed on the missing and murdered Aboriginal women?
Absolutely. I hope that will be next week.
You hope that'll be next week. So is that going to be a consultative thing, or you will just set out the terms under which that would happen?
No, it's been very important to the families and very important after other commissions where that weren't well received, that we want to do a very formal pre-inquiry engagement with the families, with the provinces and territories, the Indigenous organizations, the people delivering care on the ground, and so that we get it right.
One of the things not mentioned in here, there's education and other things like that. Drinking water, I know that's another thing that your leader mentioned throughout the campaign, and I can't remember how many different communities you have to try and go after.
Right.
That's a longer term project, fair to say.
Absolutely.
A lot of the things that you have to do are going to take a while.
And so if you think that everything we do is now informed by a recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership, those are the kinds of things that will begin with what we're calling the Kelowna-like process, that will begin that conversation as to how we set the priorities and how we again get this done.
And do you think it can get done in a timely way? Because cooperation sometimes means complication too.
Well, I think that cooperation means that you actually have a partner to do things with, and that we've learned that top-down barking orders at people doesn't work. We believe that listening is, in some ways, the way we formed government, by listening to people and putting the things that they cared about into the platform. And that's the way we want to go forward with, to continue to show that we're listening, and that the people who've been thinking about things for a very long time have tremendous ideas and leadership, and that they will be listened to.
Okay, Minister, we'll leave it there. You've got lots on your plate.
Thanks.
Nice to speak with you.
Thanks.
There you go. That's Carolyn Bennett, Minister of Indigenous Affairs. Peter, back to you.
All right, Rosie, thank you. And it was interesting watching when those sections of the speech were being read that impacted Indigenous matters. The cameras were on Perry Bellegarde, the head of the Assembly of First Nations, and he was nodding throughout that section. He's going to be speaking to us in the next little while. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say to go along with those nods we saw during the actual speech. You know, we're awaiting Tom Mulcair, leader of the NDP, is going to speak. We expect to hear from Rona Ambrose, the interim leader of the Conservative Party, as well in the next little bit. When you start breaking this down, as Rosie said, there's a lot in here. None of it necessarily surprising, but there's going to be a lot of work needed to make some of these things happen. I'm not going to run through them all, but let me just run through some of the big ticket items that are in here. When you say we're going to work to make post-secondary education more affordable, that sounds great, and I'm sure a lot of students will be very excited to hear that, but how do you actually do it? Develop a new health accord. That, once again, involves negotiations with the provinces. Not going to be easy. Electoral reform. You heard those words. The 2015 will have been the last election for first past the post. Okay, how is that going to happen? What is the plan, and how are you going to go ahead on it? Anyway, there's lots of this in there. I can run through the list, and I will a little later, but we've got a special guest with Hannah Thibedeau. The former Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien, is with Hannah right now. Hannah.
That's right. Former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. I had to drag him out of the line there, but he was more than happy to come over and talk about the throne speech. What was the highlight for you out of this?
But, you know, they did it very fast. It seems to be short and to the point. You know, it's always difficult to be a government, and now they have to face the reality of running the government on a daily basis. You know, the Prime Minister had an extremely busy agenda since the 4th of November, and he's done very well in all these big and important meetings. And I find the speech quite good, short to the point, and dealing with the main issues.
So short and to the point, shorter than the ones you've had in the past, I guess?
Yes, but you know, it's under different circumstances. We had more time to prepare, and this is for a very short session because it's just before Christmas. They will be there for one week, I'm told, something like that. So, no, it was all right. Perhaps it was shorter than mine, and it's better for him.
Now, if you were to look through the priorities that this government is focusing on over the next little bit, what one do you think is the most important that needs to be fulfilled first?
You know, there's never only one problem. There is always a very diversified set of problems. They have the problem of the refugees coming. They have to fulfill their promise about tax reduction and You know, for some others like me, tax increase, and that's life. And I think that, you know, they've done it fast, and I'm very happy, and it's a good start.
Now, he was talking about a leaner, more efficient military. Do you think that's what Canada needs, is a leaner military?
I don't know. I've not watched that. It's always expensive, the military, and they tend to be very good, but sometimes we're a small country, so we cannot do everything. We have to have the right priorities. We were very strong on peacekeeping all the time I was there. It was our priorities, but we were involved in conflict in former Yugoslavia and so on. So, you know, things change rapidly, but you have to review that. But it's a big machine, and many money is scarce. You know, there are other problems in the nation.
Now, you're going off, I'm assuming, to sit down and have a chat with him now?
No. I'll let him run the show, you know. I don't want to be the mother-in-law. I just do my, you know, if he needs my advice, he can call. I was happy to campaign. I visited 6 provinces, made a lot of speech, and it was fun for me to be back. You know, I was happy that I could do it, but no, I don't want to be close to him. He can call me. He knows my phone number. And of course, I know him since quite a long time, so I think he will do very well.
It's fun to have you back here
My
as well.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank
Former
you to
Prime
see you.
Minister Jean Chrétien.
Bye-bye.
Peter.
Thanks. Thanks, Anna. I don't want to be the mother-in-law. That'll go over really well with mothers-in-law across, across the country. But Jean Chrétien, winner of back-to-back-to-back majorities, 3 majorities, 93, 97, 2000. Not many former prime ministers can say that. All right, the Conservative leader, the interim Conservative leader, Rona Ambrose, former cabinet minister in the Harper government, now leading the Conservatives, she had these comments to make about the throne speech.
As you know, the Conservative Party of Canada is standing up for taxpayers. What we've seen in the speech from the throne is nothing less than big government and big spending, which we know will result in higher taxes for Canadians. We saw no mention of the agriculture sector, no mention of the auto sector, no mention of the energy sector. Bottom line is there's no mention of the private sector, which was very concerning when we're thinking about the fact that we need job creation in this country and we have to focus on the economy. We're also very concerned about the fact that while the rest of the world is expanding and enhancing their fight against the Islamic State, this speech from the throne doesn't even mention the word ISIS. And if you're not prepared to actually name the threat, how are you prepared to take the fight to the threat? So these are some of the concerns that we have with the speech from the throne, particularly the lack of economic focus. And I'm going to turn it over to Denis Lebel to also make some comments.
I'll be short. Bonjour, mesdames.
All right, so you have Rona Ambrose, her deputy, Denis Lebel, doing basically echoing the same comments en français. Now, Rosie Barton, we're bringing her back into the conversation here. You know, we had that sense just before the throne speech that gloves would be off fairly quickly after it was over when they actually had something to criticize, and Rona Ambrose not holding back, going right at it on the economy, but also on security issues by the ISIS comment.
Yeah, I mean, saying that it doesn't even mention ISIS. I'm not sure if not mentioning ISIS means that you're not committed to security or that maybe you don't want to give ISIS any time inside your throne speech. But, I mean, I guess both are open for interpretation. And clearly these are the 2 issues that the Conservatives, you know, embraced in the last election campaign as part of their agenda. And I'm talking quietly because the scrum's still happening beside me. You know, in an attempt to sort of make themselves different. I think you're going to hear, and we have heard from the Conservatives, how they are the defenders of Canadian taxes, right? Because they believe that this tax cut that the Liberals are going to introduce next week won't actually help all of Canadians. And they have concerns about the fact that it is going to reduce revenues coming in as well, which will be a problem as they try and dig themselves out of deficit. And on the security issue, I mean, you know, fair point. There isn't a real clear sense of what the government is going to do to fight ISIS going forward, beyond the fact that they say they're going to continue to work with allies. I do think that that's going to be a difficult issue for the government in the months ahead. Even when I was traveling with the Prime Minister last week, that was obviously a question that needs answering. They continue to insist, the government continues to insist, that there are no allies pressing Canada to keep the fighter jets in or pressing Canada at all. But at some point, I would imagine that patience will run out from allies and that we will have to come up with what the plan is going forward, what more we're going to do if we're not doing that, what that's going to look like in the coming months. I guess they have a little bit of time here, but as you see coalition partners, France, the UK, and others increase what they're doing substantially, even just Germany as recently as today, at some point this government is going to have to be much clearer about what it's doing on that front.
And I think they got a clear signal just then from Rona Ambrose that when the action really starts, Monday, first question period, expect her to be vigorous in her questions and in her opposition, because she certainly was prepped and ready to go on that, talking about the concerns she had. So the niceties of the last few days, of which there have been many, I'm sure in some ways will continue, but in terms of a vigorous opposition, they want to be one, and they signaled today that that's what we're likely to see when they get started.
Yeah, and that's their job. I think what they are going to struggle with, or they're going to have to come to terms with, is how to do that effectively and still keep a tone that is respectful. That's the tough part of being in opposition. But it is their job to ask these questions of the government, and if they're not doing that, then they're not representing the Canadians that voted for them. Just one little tidbit. Lots of people on Twitter and others are asking me if I saw Stephen Harper, and I have not seen him. As you know, he was here yesterday for the vote for the Speaker, but no one has seen him today, and I did ask the Conservative whip if he was here, and I don't believe that he is here today. Don't read anything too much into that, because he was here doing his job yesterday, but he doesn't appear to be here today so far.
It's kind of like the day of their first caucus meeting when he was there to give a speech, and then he was out of there and didn't turn up for any of the rest of it. We'll see how, he says he wants to continue to represent his Calgary riding and in terms of the House of Commons, so we'll see how that now plays out as we head into real sessions. Rosie and Hannah and I've also mentioned a number of times the length of that speech, that it was short, under 15 minutes. Did some fast research. Average number of words in the first 10 throne speeches in the history of the country, 854 words. Those are the first 10. So you're going back, right, 150 years. The average number of words in the last 10 throne speeches, 4,346. So Jean Chrétien was right. Tend to start short and end go long. Number of words today in that just under 15-minute speech, 1,746. So there you have, for whatever that means. I mean, it's really the content of the words, not the numbers of the words that mean something. And there's a lot to talk about there, especially when you, as Rosie's mentioned more than a few times, how are they going to deliver on these things? Because some of these issues are not small. They're big and they're challenging. You don't just suddenly change the electoral system like that in a heartbeat and everybody nods in approval and it goes through both the House of Commons and the Senate and becomes official. The throne speech today says this 2015 was the last year we'll see a first past the post election result. Well, I'll have to find out. Here's Tom Mulcair, leader of the NDP.
Saying that this was a pretty thin throne speech when, as we noted, as the Governor-General read it.
Some encouraging things in there, and I'll start with one that is rather close to my heart, which is our relationship with our First Peoples in this country, and I am thrilled that the government has said that it is going to be a top priority to establish a nation-to-nation relationship with our First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. I think that is a very good thing. Now we're going to wait to see what the government's plan is to implement all of the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as they've promised to do.
Don't forget that the government pledged to act on all of the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, so we're waiting to see that. And there are other elements as well that I will take the time to look at, and we feel that many of them are a step in the right direction. I can name a few. I'm very, very pleased to see a government that is clearly saying that from now on, taxpayers' money will not be used by the government to do political advertising or partisan advertising. And I salute that initiative. I think it's very courageous, and I hope that it will continue to the end of their mandate. And I'm also happy to hear them say that there will no longer be any omnibus bills brought in where you don't know where it starts or where it ends. And those are a couple of examples of things that represent a step in the right direction in terms of accountability and transparency.
In terms of transparency in governments working with the public, I find it, frankly, laudatory for a government to be saying that they will stop all expenditure of public money on government advertising that has even the slightest partisan tinge to it. It's courageous for them to say that, and I think it's long overdue. And frankly, I'm very happy to see a government saying that. The government's saying that it's going to do it. We'll find out over the next 4 years whether they stick to that one. One other one I want to point out is the fact that the government is saying no more omnibus bills, where we used to get these telephone book-sized bills, and it was almost impossible to know where they began and where they end. It's a good thing for them to be saying that. Now, very quickly, I'd like to give you a few examples of things where we think that the throne speech has come up short. Throughout the campaign, Mr. Trudeau said that he was going to change the retirement age from 67 back to 65. No mention of that. We're quite concerned that with regard to Canada Post, an undertaking that they made very specifically, in particular in a meeting with Denis Coderre, the Mayor of Montreal, to restore door-to-door mail delivery, no mention of that. There's no mention of new oversight provisions for C-51. And frankly, I was shocked that there's not a single reference to childcare in the whole throne speech. Alors, si vous me permettez,
so if you don't mind, I'd just like to summarize those same missing items in the same order. I was very surprised after hearing Mr. Trudeau say a number of times during the campaign that he would return the retirement age to 65, but there was no mention of that. I'm also surprised because he did make a clear commitment to bring back door-to-door delivery, and he expressed that in a meeting with the Mayor of Montreal, but there was nothing about that, and we're concerned about that because the minister is suggesting that door-to-door delivery may not be restored, and not a word either on a bill that's always been of great concern. He promised that he was going to make changes to Bill C-51, but there was nothing on that.
All right, so Tom Mulcair going over what he liked specifically about the throne speech, but also listing and not being shy about a lengthy list of things that he felt should have been in there, weren't in there, had been promised to be in there and weren't there. Let's get, we told you earlier that we were watching Perry Bellegarde, the head of the AFN, during the throne speech, and he was nodding through some of the key points that the Governor General was making on issues that directly impact his group. And let's find out where he's with Hannah Thibodeau now. Hannah.
Thank you so much. And yes, you know, you saw, we were just saying on air that we saw you nodding throughout the speech. You seemed to be happy with what was in there, even though it was quite vague.
Well, again, throne speeches are meant to be vague. There's overarching priorities for the government coming in. So, but when you listen to the throne speech, it talked about the importance of education for every First Nations child, which also means, yes, math and science, but language and culture is part of that. They talked about the inquiry into missing murdered Indigenous women and girls. Very powerful. That has to get started. They talked about the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Very important. Again, the implementation of that. But really important is the nation-to-nation relationship, the rights recognition, the respect for rights. Very important to begin work on that. And then as well, the involvement in resource development, you know, the regulatory piece, having Indigenous peoples involved. So overall, it was a powerful statement going forward.
And the environment.
Well, that's what I mean. Because we have rights as Indigenous peoples, we also have responsibilities to protect the land and the water. So to have that mentioned in the throne speech is very powerful. But now we've got to roll up our sleeves, get the work done, because we have a federal budget coming down April 1. We also have to prepare for our Chiefs Assembly next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, of which the Prime Minister is coming. So the work's starting, and I'm really enthused about the possibility.
What's the difference between this government's throne speech, for example, as opposed to the last government?
Well, I think the words cooperation, collaboration, and working together come to mind. And that's very important if you want to really set priorities and objectives. Work with us, and work with us in partnership. And that's what I see happening with this government going forward.
And how quickly do you want to see, for example, the inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women?
Well, as soon as possible, but let's take the time to get the terms of reference right. Make sure that the families have involvement and input into those terms of reference. You don't want to reinvent the wheel a lot of times, but at the same time, take the time to have a pre-consultation phase to make sure that the terms of reference are done properly, and you'll have a better outcome with the inquiry.
Now, looking forward to Tuesday, the chiefs, as well as yourself, you mentioned the Prime Minister will be getting together. What do you hope to get out of that meeting?
Well, again, some strong statements in the follow-up to the throne speech here. How does he see, as the Prime Minister, the implementation of those 5 or 6 key things mentioned in the throne speech? So that's what we'll be looking for.
Chief Perry Bellegarde, I want to thank you for your time today.
Thanks for the opportunity, Hannah.
Peter.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much. Hannah Thibodeau with Perry Bellegarde of the Assembly of First Nations. Let's go to Rosie. She's got a senator, Art Eggleton, a Liberal senator. Rosie.
I do indeed. Senator Eggleton, good to see you. You were in there. There was something a little bit different that you had to be you had to know something about throne speeches to notice. But I guess it's to the right of the Governor General. Normally the government leader in the Senate sits in a chair there, and that chair was empty. There was nobody there today.
Because there's no government leader in the Senate.
That's right.
It is different.
It was a bit strange, was it?
It was a bit strange, but somehow we'll get through all of this. And you know what? It's a great idea to have more independence and less partisanship in the Senate. That's what the Prime Minister has wanted. And it's a good idea because I think that really gives us the opportunity to do sober second thought properly and not be bound by whips from the other side and from the House of Commons side.
But there will be a government leader in this next round of 5 senators that will be selected from a list. I understand all of that, but it will be the Prime Minister who selects these people. It will be the Prime Minister who decides who the government leader will be. So there will be someone in that position, and it won't be any of the people that you you are a part
So we
of,
understand.
Right?
The Senate Liberals, in other words.
The Senate Liberals, yeah, you're out of luck.
Well, my understanding is that the person will be the representative of the government, not the leader of the government in the Senate, will not be there to speak on behalf of government programs and policies and defend the government in question period, but will be there to make sure that the legislation gets rooted through properly and gets considered properly by the committees and
be a liaison.
A liaison, a coordinator, you might say, for the government's legislation coming in.
How many throne speeches have you sat through?
Oh, oodles. I first got elected to the House in 1992, so I've seen them from both sides, from standing in the back and from sitting in the Senate.
So how does this one rank?
Oh, well, it was one of the shortest ones, and yet it had good impact in that there was bullet points on 5 key areas that all laid it out in a very short period of time. I was delighted for the shortness of it.
All right. Well, there you go. Thank you, Senator.
And we carry on as a caucus.
All right, and we'll see how that turns out. Thank you very much, Senator Eggleton. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Rosie, thanks very much. Well, let's go to another senator, Senator Jim Munson. He's a former reporter, so he covered lots of throne speeches in those days. He also was a former senior aide to Prime Minister Chrétien, so he's been involved in helping write throne speeches over the years as well. And now he's embroiled in the whole Senate issue and reform and some of the same issues that we just heard from Art Eggleton. He's with Hannah Thibodeau. Hannah.
Absolutely, and his former boss, Jean Chrétien, is still standing behind him, and he's listening over his shoulder just in case he says anything he doesn't like. But Jim Munson, as Peter was just mentioning, you covered throne speeches. You helped create throne speeches with Jean Chrétien. What out of this one would you say, as a reporter and a former creator of throne speeches, was the highlight for you?
The highlight for me was dealing with climate change. It's the issue of the day. It is so darn important. And to see the positive atmosphere, both in this country, in the Senate, in the House of Commons, about dealing with climate change, and to know what's going on in Paris is extremely important. So climate change and taking care of our environment, to me, is a big deal.
Well, I hate to say this, but it was your former boss who signed on to the Kyoto Accord, and then...
And what did they do with it? What did the Harper government do with it?
The Canadian government did not cut emissions.
Well, I mean, it takes time to cut emissions, doesn't it? But the whole idea of the Harper government killing it didn't help as well. They should have built upon the Kyoto Protocol because it was a good initiative at that particular time.
Now, you are a Senate Liberal now.
And I'm still smiling, too.
And he's still smiling, of course, as Jim Munson. But how does it feel now to kind of be on the outside a little bit? You're not involved in the caucus with the Prime Minister. Do you feel like you're on the outside?
No, and there's no bad seat in the Senate, Anna. There really is no bad seat. I think as a senator in the works that I do dealing with autism and talking to ministers and moving that envelope on special needs and disabilities, I do have a good seat. And I do have access to ministers like I had in the previous government. But I know a lot of these ministers very well, and I do know they have heart and empathy on the issues that I care about. So I think as a senator, that's what you still should focus on.
Now, one of the things I'm reading right from Open and Transparent Government, a non-partisan merit-based process to advise the Prime Minister on Senate appointments. Now, I was talking to some Conservative senators who are a little frustrated that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau booted the Conservative Speaker of the the Senate and put in place George Furey, who is a Liberal. They say that was a very partisan move.
It's hardly a partisan move. It's a constitutional move. The Prime Minister of this country has a constitutional right to appoint a Speaker of the Senate. Should we do like the House of Commons? Perhaps we should do that in the future, elect our own Speaker. But for the time being, the Constitution says the Prime Minister has a prerogative to do that, and that's what he did. And I don't.
They said though it would have been a nice gesture.
A nice gesture to keep a Conservative.
Leo Housakos
well, perhaps, but I'm not in the Prime Minister's office, and I think that George Furey will make an excellent Speaker. He's such a fair man. And he was part of the Board of Internal Economy. He's dealt with this Auditor General's report, which we had to deal with face on, and he's done it with dignity. And Mr. Trudeau made that decision. He had the constitutional right to do that.
Jim Munson, I want to thank you for joining us today.
Always nice to talk to you, Hannah.
Peter.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much. And listen, let me tell you, you got to be careful with Senator Munson.
I still have him here.
Yeah. Well,
what did you say?
I just remember in the 70s when we were both reporters on Parliament Hill that there was one day when young Jim Munson almost got in a fist fight with the then Prime Minister, Pierre Trudeau. It was more of a pushing match, but it got pretty close at times during that little struggle in a scrum.
Yeah, we're still on live, Jim. And you know what, Peter?
1976.
Yeah.
There was.
With the other Trudeau. That was, and I was right and he was wrong, the other Trudeau at that time. And it wasn't a fist fight, it was a shoving match.
Right.
You know what? He can't even hear what you're saying. I just told him briefly and he can go on forever. And guess what, Peter? I used to produce this guy a long time ago. Okay, I'm going to have to...
Look how far she got, 5'4".
Yeah.
Did you see that? That's how you get rid of Jim Munson.
All right, sordid stories. Thanks, Hannah. Time for At Issue. We got them back in and get their sense now of what we've witnessed. Andrew here in Toronto, Chantel and Althea Raj in Ottawa, having watched all this. So let me ask the straightforward, open-ended question first of all. Your reaction to what we saw, Chantel.
Put it this way, your Radio-Canada colleagues have gone off the air already. I saw what I expected, a précis of the Liberal platform. I'm not sure that I would want to play the game of what it says about priorities. If I were reading this throne speech from the perspective of, for instance, the State Department in the US or some embassy, I would have noted mostly what was not in there, and that is any mention by name of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is a mega trade deal that is actually on the agenda of this House of Commons. And I would have wondered what it meant about the government's intention or commitment to that deal negotiated under Stephen Harper.
All right, interesting. And nobody else has mentioned that yet in terms of the reaction on the Hill, but you're quite right. The TPP, which this government has said it wants to relook at, not mentioned at all inside that throne speech. Andrew, your thought?
Yeah, there is a line about we'll sign beneficial trade agreements, so maybe they're trying to distinguish it from non-beneficial trade agreements. I don't know. They did boil down 320 commitments in the platform down to about a couple of dozen here, grouped in 5 broad areas. I think it did benefit from being more focused, more lean. This was the shortest throne speech, other than the one in 2009, where it wraps the coalition crisis since 1993, which was the first Chrétien throne speech. And I think it benefits from that. You get much more of a sense of some priorities here. If we're going to play the game of what wasn't mentioned, I might also add there was no mention of the tax increase on the top 1%. We'll find out, I suppose, in a few days whether there's any significance to that. And no mention of ending the combat mission against ISIS, which was the reason I mentioned both of those was they talked about them quite a lot during the campaign because they were trying to distinguish themselves from the NDP. These were good issues to say, oh, this is where we're different from the NDP. Now that they're elected, I guess that's a bit of lower priority.
All right. Althea?
Sorry, we're having a technical issue here.
Problems.
Live television. So yes, well, my colleagues are right. There is nothing on ending the combat mission, or actually, and I thought there was going to be on training with regards to ISIS, training our allies in Iraq. There was also some commitments that were missing that Mr. Mulcair, just behind us, pointed to. With regards to oversight on the C-51 bill, that was missing, and a very tricky, and I know this is close to your heart, or at least your region, the Canada Post commitment with regards to home delivery. That was also missing from this bill. There was also 2 points that I thought the language was a bit more watered down. They talked about working towards rather than actually saying enact or put a price on carbon, for example, and working towards the all the commitments in the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. So I don't know if that's a way of kind of opening the door a crack to possibly not meeting those commitments, but I thought that was also interesting. Oh, what was most interesting to me was actually the first part of the speech, where I thought it was filled with slight digs at the Conservatives, things, and potentially a problem area. With regards to the all members will be honored, respected, and heard, there's a pledge in the Liberals' platform where it says that all their MPs will be able to, vote their conscience however they wish on things that are not confidence measures or things that are not in their platform. But as Andrew noted, their platform is over 75 pages long and pretty much outlines every single thing you can think of. So I'm not sure how many Liberals will be standing up voting against their government. And I know some of the new MPs have actually candidly admitted there are things in their platform they don't feel comfortable with, but they've been boxed in by some very smart strategists. All
right. Both of you, or all three of you, mentioned last night when we discussed this, this issue of managing expectations and agenda overload. Accepting your comments about what wasn't in the speech that might have been there, given some of the promises, there were still a lot of things in the speech, and whether or not you can deliver on that in terms of agenda overload. Andrew?
Well, I guess the area that most concerns me is in the Aboriginal file. Justin Trudeau stood up, I think, the same day as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission reported and said he would implement all 94 recommendations. That was brave, I suppose, but I'm not sure how much thought went into that, and I wonder when we get into the nitty-gritty whether that will prove to be well advised to raise expectations quite that high, but we shall see.
Chantal, on that same point, I know you've been having some problems with the audio feed. We saw Althea trying to fix it there for you.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
This doesn't address, obviously, agenda overload, and it is a really heavy agenda. I guess, and I'm not reading too much in what is not in there because there's a lot in there. I mean, Stephen Harper took more words to talk about his 5 relatively modest commitments in his first election. So we'll see, I guess, and we will have to give the system a chance to come up with responses on all of these. And the public can judge whether close to perfect, not perfect at all, abandoned is satisfactory. But I don't think you would give credit to a government that was just elected and that told you, well, now that we're here a month and a half later, we're going to drop this, that, and that.
Yeah. Althea, you've worked the halls there in these last few minutes. What are you hearing from those you're talking to?
I think we're going to get a better sense of what's actually in this document next week when the Prime Minister rises in the House of Commons and talks about the speech from the throne. And then the opposition leaders get to ask him, were you really being silent in all these things that we think are missing? Or do you really actually plan to flesh out your commitments? I think the point, what the Liberals were hoping would come out of, the headline from this speech is just that they are following up on their campaign pledges and they are a new government. They are not Stephen Harper. They care about people. They want to include people. They want to be open and transparent, and everybody should, feel good about one another. And so, just even the cover, I think kind of really speaks to the image that they want us to take away from this. And this is not a policy-heavy document, but it wasn't intended to be either.
Put your minds forward to Monday. I mean, we've been through all the, the process, the ceremonial part of a change of government. We've, we saw the swearing in. We've seen now the speech from the throne. Monday, things start to happen, and we'll see that first question period. What do you, I don't know how closely you were able to listen to Ron Ambrose, who was out and firing away quickly, and so was Tom Mulcair on all the things he said, as Althea just mentioned, that he didn't see in that speech that he was expecting to see. What do you think that first question period is going to be like? Andrew?
I think it's going to be business-like. I don't think we should put too much pressure on people not to be, I mean, there's a lot of talk about tone and respect and everything. I think people will be able to find the balance, and we're starting to see some pretty traditional conservative lines, strong defense, low taxes. So why wouldn't they say that? I don't think we should get too up in, this is some whole new era. We're going to return perhaps to the status quo anti-Stephen Harper, more to traditional parliamentary lines, and that's all to the good.
Chantal?
I don't think that on the basis of the 5-question period that will take place in 2015, we are going to be getting a sense of what this House of Commons will really be like, how the interplay will be between the two opposition parties. Remember, a big change in this House of Commons versus the previous one is how different the opposition parties are going to be. It's closer, not similar, but it's closer in the differences to the Reform Bloc opposition that Jean Chrétien faced than it is to the NDP Liberal versus the Conservatives, because there was so much common ground between the Liberals and the NDP versus the Conservative government. But now the opposition will be coming at the government from the left and from the right. It will take a while, but I think it will make for a better question period on substance.
Althea?
Well, next week I might get my procedure wrong, but I don't think we're actually going to have a vote on the speech from the throne. They have to have a supply day, which is the day that the Conservatives will get to use to talk about whatever thing they want to talk about. And I was struck by Mr. Mulcair's sort of conciliatory tone. It almost seemed like he wants to support this document. So maybe that's where we'll get a better sense of where the lines will fall. My interest in this document was this kind of last line where the Governor General, speaking on behalf of the government, was asking, I felt, the senators to vote on their supply motion. This is the request for supplementary estimates with regard to funds for Syria and things like that, which the government hopes to pass before Christmas, but that is unsure that is going to happen because, as you know, and as we've talked about, the Senate is not operating as it usually does.
Last quick.
Or does it?
Yeah, or doesn't. Last quick go around here. Was there anything that surprised you about this afternoon? Chantal?
No, but I will admit that I was writing a column and I didn't see the opposition reaction. So to me, the surprise would have been that the speech from the throne would have introduced notions that weren't on the radar, and that didn't happen.
Althea?
Yeah, I'm not surprised either, but they told us not to expect anything, so we didn't expect anything. They're following through on their commitments thus far, and I didn't expect anything else.
It's usually when they tell you don't expect anything that they try to slip something through.
Well, maybe they're being open, Peter. You're not buying it?
You don't believe that for once it is what it is?
Yeah, possible. Andrew, anything surprise you?
There was an odd line there about a fiscal plan suited to challenging economic times, which is a bit different language than they've used in the past. May suggest they're going to be a little less eager to balance the budget than they let on that they would be in the year 3 or 4. The other big surprise to me was in the interview with Perry Bellegarde, when, to my ears, it sounded like he announced the date of the next budget, April the 1st, and I'm not quite sure how he knows that.
We'll have to check that. Okay, listen, thank you all. Andrew, Chantal, and Althea Raj joining us both last night and today. Appreciate the time. All right, Hannah Thibodeau has Tom Mulcair with her. Hannah.
That's right, NDP leader Tom Mulcair joins me now. I'm just going to show you this first off. What do you think of this?
It's quite thin, isn't it? I think that's the word of the day is thin. There's not much in there in terms of detail, although there's some good intentions that I do salute. For example, getting rid of omnibus bills and getting no longer having recourse to prorogation. For me, having worked a lot with First Nations over the past 4.5 years, I find that it's a very clear signal that they want to establish a nation-to-nation approach. That's good. But then again, we're waiting to see a clear plan to respect and to implement all of the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
So if we look at this, there was one thing I noticed, and I was just talking to you a bit about it, building a leaner military. What did you take from that?
I think what they're signaling is that they're going to pare back the defense budget, because they're starting to find out that some of the promises in terms of supply ships and other things, the money's not there. They're going to have trouble delivering. So I'm concerned, because our military has been in need of these new ships for a long time. The vessels now being constructed. So I'm concerned. Yeah, I think that's a signal that the military is going to go through lean times.
And then finally, one of the other ones I want to discuss with you is the fact that they're going to legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana. In your platform, it was just to decriminalize.
Well, that's something that could have been done right away. So this is an intention for later on. So over this Christmas holiday, if we acted right away to decriminalize, which we could have done right away, no one would have a criminal record if they're busted for pot over the Christmas holidays. So this is a longer-term intention, because when you're talking about regulating, all that has to be put in place. And I've listened carefully to the new health minister, and she seems to be putting it off a little bit too. So we'll see what that actually means. They've kept with an intention, which is fine, but we'll see whether that translates into any real change.
Will you oppose legalizing marijuana?
Well, no, but it also depends on the details. They're talking about regulating and supply, so what does that actually mean? We don't know. But we do know that we could have made it easy. Tomorrow morning, we could have decriminalized and made sure that nobody in Canada ever again had a criminal record for personal use of marijuana, which is, I think, the easiest thing we could have done, and then the rest could have been discussed further on down the road.
Any surprises in this, or omissions?
Well, there are some things that are omitted. We learned this week that Mr. Trudeau considers childcare to be quite important because, well, he wanted it for himself, but we want it for all Canadians. There's not a word in there on childcare, not a word on oversight for Bill C-51, and we've been concerned about Bill C-51 for a long time. Mr. Trudeau promised to return the retirement age to 65 from 67, where Mr. Harper was putting it. Not a word about that either. So, oh, and by the way, there's another one that Canadians who have lost their postal service, their home mail delivery, will be concerned about, because they did promise to restore home mail delivery. Not a word about that, and we had a clear indication from the minister that they're starting to back away from that promise. So people have every right to be concerned about that.
And just quickly, looking forward to next week when we officially see the House resume, what are your plans, the NDP, to focus next week, on?
What we're going to be focusing on is getting results. So these are very noble things, lots of principles involved, but you know what? We're still waiting to see the details. Climate change is another good example. I was in Paris. Mr. Trudeau went to Paris with Mr. Harper's plan, Mr. Harper's targets, and Mr. Harper's timeline. Canadians voted for change, and they expect something else. Now, Mr. Trudeau says there's a plan that's going to come. That's fine, and we're going to do everything we can to help them, but that plan has to include reductions in Canada's greenhouse gas emissions, and if it doesn't, it's a failure.
Tom Mulcair, NDP leader, I want to thank you for your time today. Peter.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much, and thank you to Tom Mulcair as well. 5 minutes from now, Power and Politics on CBC News Network, and that's hosted, of course, by Rosie Barton. She's got to spring from this program to get ready for that program. I want to get your final thoughts before you left us.
2.5 hours that we're going to talk about 10 minutes of speech, so wish us well. I think that, as everyone has said, there's certainly no surprises here. What we will do is parse all the language, because it all matters here. And I think we've highlighted some of the issues that need to be discussed and analyzed a little more around the military, as Hannah's rightly pointed out a few times, marijuana, legalization of marijuana, and other things. And as I've said, again, I'll just say this. These are the broad strokes. This is sort of the ambitious project that a government lays forward and tries to present as a vision to Canadians. It is very much like what we heard in the election, so that's probably a relief for the people that voted for the government. What becomes more difficult is in making these things happen, and I think you only have to look at the Syrian refugee issue to see that campaigning and governing are very different things. And once you get the details of how you plan to do things, sometimes you come up against walls, and that's what happened in that instance, and it may happen again.
All right, Rosie, thanks very much. Good luck on the program tonight.
Thank you.
Quickly back to Hannah Thibodeau. And Hannah, we only have a moment.
We only have a moment, so I have one question for Sheldon Kennedy, who is here today. What were your thoughts and what were the two highlights out of this for you?
Well, we had two highlights. It was the domestic violence and the sexual assaults, and I think that there's been momentum built around understanding the impact of these crimes, and I think we need to keep that going, so that was music to my ears.
And this is, you know, you had a good relationship with the previous government. How do you plan on continuing that with this government?
Well, we need to work with all governments, and I think that relationship, it's all about trust, and I think that you know, we've got a good track record, and we'll just keep going. And you know, we put the issues first, kids first, and I think you can't go wrong.
I want to thank you for joining us, even though it was quickly today. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah.
Peter.
All right, Hannah, thank you, and thanks for all your hard work on this day, as usual, and thanks to Sheldon Kennedy, whose words of advice and support for those he cares about and his particular area of interests are well known across the country. You know, Rosie mentioned a moment ago that you know, we're going to parse the speech very carefully and look for key words and what was talked about. Here's one way of looking at some of the issues that came up in the throne speech, and that's simply by the number of times certain key words were mentioned. Middle class, which was such a term that was used by Justin Trudeau and Tom Mulcair throughout the campaign, and at times Stephen Harper, 4 times during that 14-minute, 45-second speech. Change, 7 times. In fact, the title of the speech was about change. The environment, 5 times. But it looks like the winner was the economy. 13 times the economy was mentioned during the speech from the throne. That wraps up our main coverage today on both CBC News Network and the main CBC television service and CBC.ca, but there's lots more coverage coming. I already mentioned to you that on CBC News Network, Rosie Barton will be up in just a few moments' time with her Power and Politics program with a look at the throne speech and the impact that it's going to have. Your supper hour broadcasts throughout the country will also have reaction to today's speech from the throne. And of course, later tonight on the National with Wendy Mesley, Wendy will have all the details as well. And online at CBC.ca, lots of coverage and analysis. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Thanks for watching this afternoon.
Who are returning after an absence. Know that your experience is valued. Welcome also to the 197 Future Success.
Welcome to a special extended edition of Power and Politics. I'm Rosemary Barton. We are live in the foyer of the House of Commons. Still, the Governor-General delivered the speech from the throne about an hour ago, laying out the government's top priorities. Lots of themes from the election campaign came up, clearly. Fairness for the middle class, promises for tax cuts and a new child benefit, openness and transparency. The Liberals have repeated the pledge to consult on electoral reform and change Senate appointments too. Protecting the environment, a promise to provide what it calls leadership on putting a price on carbon and investing in clean tech. Improving relations with First Nations is on the list, and the promise to launch an inquiry into murdered and missing Aboriginal women. Just some of the topics that came up during this rather brief throne speech. The CBC's Terry Molesky has also been poring through the speech. Pouring might be an overstatement given it's only about 7 or 8 pages, but Terry, what struck you most about the government's priorities?
I poured briefly, how's that? What struck me first of all was its brevity, because you and I are used to this when you work on TV or radio. They give you a time limit, they give you 2 minutes, so you have to decide what to cut out. You have to cut out a lot of stuff. But the Governor General and the Prime Minister don't have that problem. They can go as long as they want. So why was it so short? It's a question. Much of this was ho-hum, no news. Let's face it, tax cut for the middle class, child benefit, infrastructure spending, new health accord, no news there. However, I would like to point out a couple of things which he said in French, and which therefore you won't see those sound bites replayed on the news tonight, but they're nevertheless quite significant, because there was some time devoted to the question of transparency in our democratic institutions, notably in Parliament. There was an emphasis therefore on electoral reform, on Senate reform, and in particular the things that we will not do, because in the language of this throne speech, the respect for democratic institutions and for Parliament has been broken. Again, all of this in French, so you're not going to hear it on the news. But he said that we will not have partisan ads, we won't have prorogations, we won't have these huge omnibus bills which deprive members of Parliament of the ability to examine in detail legislation. All of this, by the way, was applauded in his response by Thomas Mulcair. And then I'd also like to mention the important things, or important to the other parties anyway, which didn't make the cut, which were on the list of things that were just cut out of the speech. No mention, for example, of the Trans-Pacific Trade Agreement. You can bet that would have been at the top of the list if the Conservatives were still in power. No mention at all. And that fact was mentioned both by Rona Ambrose, who thought it should have been there because it should be a priority, and by Tom Mulcair, who thought it should have been there to say that it's a problem. The other things that were not mentioned, notably pulling the CF-18s out of the bombing mission in Iraq and Syria. No mention at all of that, or of the intention of the government to send in more troops on the ground as trainers, and no mention either of amendments to C-51, about which the Liberals certainly talked a lot during the campaign. Not today. For the rest, one thing that stuck out for me was the new language, legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana. Now, you did not see Justin Trudeau crossing the country in the campaign preaching we must restrict access to marijuana. It was all about legalize it. But now there's this new word in there, restrict access to marijuana. I'm not saying it's a contradiction. He did say in the campaign that he'd try to keep it out of the hands of kids, and that legalization would help to that end. But I did find it interesting that this time it's legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana, trying to send a reassuring message to parents here.
And that may be just in direct response to some of the attacks that the Liberals felt during the election campaign. Terry, I'll just show people what the throne speech looks like, the official version. It's called Making Real Change Happen, which is, as we've been talking about throughout the special, the hard part when it comes to governing. What did you make of, I mean, we were promised it would be an efficient speech. It certainly was. It was short, about 15 minutes. What did you make of the tone, though, of the speech and of the day generally? Because it did look a bit different than we've seen past throne speeches look.
Well, you have to say that the tone was sunny ways, wasn't it? I mean, diversity. You've just shown the cover of the speech. The message is we are. The new government, we are not like the Conservatives. As I pointed out in the section which was in French all about transparency, there were some pretty hard shots there at the Conservatives. I mean, it wasn't all sweetness and light, by the way, that respect is brisé, broken. For our democratic institutions, and by saying that we're not going to do partisan ads, we're not going to do prorogation, we're not going to do omnibus bills, again, all three of those shots at the Conservative government. So we can't really pitch this as unicorns and rainbows, this speech. There was some darkness and a few partisan shots in there, but generally the message that this new government is trying to send is that we are different in good ways. We are going to be more friendly. We're going to be more open. There was an emphasis again on the fact that all members of Parliament, not just government members, will be respected and listened to. So for tone, you have to give them points. Look at the reaction. You didn't see Rona Ambrose for the Conservatives or Tom Mulcair for the NDP coming out on your program and saying this is terrible, this is the end of the world. Actually, Mr. Mulcair, on the question of democratic institutions, he said, quote, bravo on electoral reform, bravo. He also applauded the remarks on partisan ads and omnibus bills, and again, more applause. So you didn't hear the opposition coming out and saying this is a terrible speech, it's a disaster, although Rona Ambrose did say there's not nearly enough in there about the economy, about business, forestry, agriculture, and the TPP.
All right, Terry, appreciate that. That's CBC's senior correspondent, Terry Molesky. Joining me now from the foyer of the Senate, where she has been camped out all day, Hannah Thibedeau. And she's been talking to senators, former prime ministers, and others for their reaction. Give us a sense of that other part of the reaction that we've heard so far to the throne speech, Hannah.
Sure. When I spoke to Tom Mulcair, his reaction was he kind of held up this. He's like, it's thin on details. And I think that's probably a good way to explain it. However, we were told that this is going to be an efficient throne speech. When it comes to pretty much everybody else I spoke with, but of course it is former Liberal Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, he thought it was a very positive speech. He says it is setting the new tone for this government. I also asked him about the fact that there was going to be they mentioned a leaner but better equipped military. He brought up things like that potentially that has to happen, that it's a big cost when it comes to the military. But overall, he said it was a good throne speech. And I said, oh, you're going to have a chat with him after? And he said that he didn't think he really needed that motherly figure over him, but he had his phone number if he wanted to call for any advice. When it comes to Aboriginal and Indigenous affairs, I had a chance to speak with Chief Perry Bellegarde of the AFN. He was very happy with this throne speech. He said even though it didn't have a lot of details that didn't matter to him, he said it laid out the 5 priorities for him, including everything from a national inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women to money for education, all of those types of things. He says that the details will be hashed out, and the beginnings of those hashing out the details will happen next Tuesday when chiefs sit down to discuss and start to move forward on all of these promises that Justin Trudeau and his Liberals have made. So he was happy about this. Liberal senators, they seem to be okay with what's happening in Senate reform. However, Conservative senators I spoke to, the one line in this when it came to a non-partisan Senate, they really think the move that Justin Trudeau made yesterday by removing Speaker Leo Housakos, which is a Conservative speaker in the Senate, and putting in a Liberal, George Fury, even though he's allowed to do it, they felt that if he's going to change his ways, that he should have maybe allowed the senators to vote on the Speaker of the Senate. So those are a little bit of pros and cons of the speech, but you can see that they almost go right down party lines.
Okay, Hannah, appreciate that. So that's the CBC's Hannah Thibedeau from the Senate foyer tonight. We'll go back and chat with her a little bit later. Lots more still ahead on this special extended edition of Power and Politics, live from the foyer of the House of Commons. Government House Leader Dominic LeBlanc will join me in a few minutes, as well as Conservative Leader Rona Ambrose and NDP Leader Tom Mulcair. We'll get everybody's reaction. But next, over 25 promises in just under 15 minutes. The government has laid out its blueprint for the 42nd session of Parliament. Can they get it done? The Power Panel is here with some instant reaction. Amanda Alvaro, Tim Powers, Kathleen Monk. Stay right there.
What we've seen in the speech from the throne is nothing less than big government and big spending, which we know will result in higher taxes for Canadians. We saw no mention of the agriculture sector, no mention of the auto sector, no mention of the energy sector. Bottom line is there's no mention of the private sector.
And I am thrilled that the government has said that it is going to be a top priority to establish a nation-to-nation relationship with our First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. I think that that is a very good.
Welcome back to this extended edition of Power and Politics, live from the foyer of the House of Commons. We got lots of reaction to the speech from the throne ahead. I'm Rosemary Barton. It was short, but was it sweet? Depends on who you ask. So let's get some reaction to the first Liberal throne speech from our Power panelists. They're going to do a mini block now, and then a giant block later. We're doing like mini Power and Politics and then mega Power and Politics. In Toronto, that was political strategist Amanda Alvaro. Here with me, Tim Powers of Summa Strategies, political strategist Kathleen Monk. What we should do here is just like drips of your analysis to drag people into the next hour or 2 hours that we still have to go.
Stay tuned.
That's right. Just hint at what you're going to say. Tim, I'll start with you. Short, sweet,
let
maybe?
me cop a little bit off Terry. We didn't see the standard "it sucks and it needs to get flushed down the toilet" response from the opposition parties. It was as billed, and I think, Rana presented a perspective there from the Conservative side that didn't really pay attention to business, doesn't deal with the agriculture sector, didn't focus on TPP. All legitimate and fair criticisms. The other observation I would have, particularly as it relates to the discussion you were having with Terry a moment ago about democratic reform and all of the things the Liberals are going to say they are going to do, and other governments have started throne speeches saying they're going to reform those things. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt now, but I would point out that an original signature promise of the Liberals, and it relates to listening to promises and calculating their value, was they were going to get 25,000 refugees in here by December 31st. We know why they haven't, but they did make that promise, and they talked about the enthusiasm and the energy to do it. So I say take all these promises with a grain of salt, but I'm not prepared to flush it down the toilet, Rosie. It didn't suck.
Yeah. Kathleen, how about you?
Well, you know what? I actually want to remark on how much things change. They really stay the same. So if we look at this, we look at the cover of this. 7 months ago, we were sitting here and we were talking about another document, right? The Conservative budget document, right? And instead of young children on the cover, it was Henry and Kathy. And so there's many things about political communication and branding, and this is a communication document that are the same about these Liberals. But I would say is different is some of the strikes they took in terms of some of the Conservative policies, obviously the changes to the tax code, things like Terry mentioned in terms of the partisan advertising. But what I expected from a more progressive government were mentions of things like addressing the issue of GIS, right? And lifting some of those seniors out of poverty. I thought that they would address things like in terms, the health care. They talked about the health care accord. They didn't talk about changing the cuts that Stephen Harper made to the health care budget. So I was a bit surprised there.
How about you, Amanda? I mean, it didn't have to be this short. They could have put all those things that Kathleen's talking about in there. It's not required to be any in length one way or another.
It also didn't have to be long. I think the last throne speech was 55 minutes, and I don't know about you, but I don't know the last time that I had an additional 55 minutes to plunk myself down and listen to a speech. This was brief for a reason. I mean, I think it was more pedestrian. It was a little more retail. It's the kind of document that people can actually consume. It's something that people can take in and absorb quickly and talk about. So when we talk about communications strategy, this hits all of those notes. It's also a replica of all of the themes that they talked about through the election. So what I think they were trying to convey tonally was obviously that they wanted a positive tone, a forward-looking tone, but at the same time, they wanted to say everything that we talked about, everything that we consulted and engaged with you on, everything that we said was a priority has made its way into this mandate. These are the commitments that we're prepared to work with you to establish. And of course, themes that we've talked about since the beginning of the election: strengthening the middle class, open and transparent government, clean environment, strength and diversity, security and opportunity. Those are all things that they've been talking about for months. So it's no surprise that it found its way into this throne speech as the major themes.
I agree with that. that, but it for now, and they're allowed to have it today because the throne speech is about empty, it's about empty language and big promises. What really fascinated me is the number you threw out a moment ago. I think CBC got counted 25 commitments in there. God bless them if they can achieve it, but that's a hell of a lot of things to do, and some of them are fairly big. Like, talk about the one you were talking about, Perry Bellegarde, the head of the AFN, a moment ago. Well, what does reconciliation really look like? And I suspect there's healthy suspicion out there in the Aboriginal and the Indigenous community around this, because just about every government's talked about that too. So, it's dangerous for governments, and Amanda will say, well, we're different, to go forward with so many promises like that, because invariably, I guarantee you, I stake my goddaughter's little bracelet on this, that one of those 25 promises, at least one of them is going to get broken, and it's how you break that promise and how you deal with it that's going to be the test of this government.
Broken or bent, which is
what, or in some cases missing, right? So, for instance, during the campaign, they promised to implement all of the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation, but they don't actually say all in this language. Another thing that I actually found, is concerning, and Amanda, maybe you can speak to this, they talk about ensuring that First Nations will get a quality education, but they don't talk about how they're going to close the fiscal gap between non-Indigenous and Indigenous students, and that's a real concern. I think that if you want to address these issues, the fact is there's only one date really in this entire speech from the throne. That's the February date for the refugees. In terms of numbers, there's even less. In terms of dollar figures, so those are questions I think that remain. But Amanda, I'm more than prepared to give you the day. I'm prepared to give you the day.
Yes, but I do.
She never did that for me, Amanda. Consider yourself lucky.
But by the end of it, anyway. But I do think that parsing the language matters. I mean, as Kathleen's doing, that we've talked a little bit. Hannah was talking about it, about this legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana. I don't know if that's just now, because it's not people under 18 who are going to get it, if it's an attempt to clarify the language, but it is a change in the way the Liberals were presenting that.
Well, I think even throughout the election campaign and since then, when they've talked about legalizing and regulating, but ensuring that it's restricted and it doesn't get into the hands of children or teens, that was obviously an important concern. The opposition brought it up. It was something that the critics were very concerned about, and I think they're starting to introduce language about how it will be regulated effectively to ensure that it's restricted out of the hands of people who shouldn't have access to it. So, I think there's a time to parse the language, but overall, there were more than just the dates around bringing in Syrian refugees by the end of 2016. It's obviously the first major commitment is this middle-class tax cut, and it's intended to happen when Parliament resumes. It will be the first item on the agenda. It was the most important priority, in my opinion, the thing that they talked about the most, and it made its way as obviously the most important commitment at the very top of the throne speech. That among many commitments, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say there wasn't enough detail, and yet in the detail, perhaps there was too much language, or there certainly wasn't enough language. I think that over the next number of months will be their opportunity to lay out these plans with the details that's required, and then everyone will have the opportunity to either criticize it or applaud it if they're able to make those commitments.
Or we'll just do it now, because that's what happens when you're, okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll take a little bit, we'll do a little bit more of what this speech was like, what this speech was like, and we'll have more Power Panel in this early edition of Power and Politics. More when we get back. Stick around. Welcome back to Power and Politics, its extended edition, and the Power Panel. Amanda Alvaro, Tim Powers, and Kathleen Monk as we dig into the first Liberal throne speech and the first throne speech of Parliament 42, because there could be others. And we wanted to talk a little bit about what it looked like and what it sounded like and what the Liberal government was trying to convey. And maybe I'll start with you on that one, Amanda. What stood out to you in terms of the message that, the narrative that the government was trying to communicate today?
Well, there were a number of themes which we talked about, strengthening the middle class, open and transparent government. I thought that the number of times that message of openness and trust came up was interesting. And some of it was about really policy initiatives, electoral reform, Senate reform, but there were also, the talk about less partisan or no partisan advertising, how they're going to address omnibus bills, things that have been issues for the previous government. So addressing that, strengthening diversity, I think, was a major theme in this. Collaboration, a really big theme. And they're sending a message. This government's not just going to descend into a black hole. They're going to be working with their partners, and they've already taken those steps, partners at the provincial level and the municipal level, and at the associate level as well, the associations that are really key in helping to develop and deliver these policies. So it was a lot about the positivity and strengthening the middle class, but it was also tonally really about openness, transparency, and trust.
Yeah, and one of the things that struck me was, well, first of all, the drummer who I've been tweeting about was fantastic, David Charette. Yeah. That was just, like a moment of entertainment in the day, but also that huge receiving line of kids, and some were refugees, and some were recent immigrants. That was different. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, the guest list. Amanda's talked about the speech. The visuals were, as you said, fascinating. And when the camera panned around the crowd in the Senate, seeing young children, the other visual that really sort of stuck out for me was the Jean Chrétien and Joe Clark visual.
John Turner there too.
Which was, but the Clark Chrétien visual captures the constituency that a lot of this Liberal Party is trying to bring in. And the other thing I think too, to their credit, is the broader diversity too. There were more people from different ethnic backgrounds that were here today, and again, that, to their credit, speaks to the new Canada that they're trying to tap into. They were all smiling today, as you would expect. We'll see how those visuals change over the years if they continue to keep that constituency of individuals, because today, as we've said, they've had the opportunity to start offering. They haven't said no to anything yet.
Yeah, Kathleen?
Yeah, I have to admit, I think the stagecraft of the event was incredible today. So politics is, yes, it's about these words, but it's also about what's seen on television screens across the nation, what photos are taken. And listen, let's face it, the photos are going to be of these young children that were occupying the seats of the Senate. Now, I've been here for a number of these speeches from the throne, and I can't recall when the chamber was filled with high school students from Ottawa area, which I know one of my friend's daughters was in the chambers. Not only that, but as you say, immigrants, other people, the opening with the drummer. I mean, this was very well executed, both in terms of brand message, which I know Amanda can speak about, but also in terms of the visuals. It was very positive, and it really does, on a visual sense, evoke the change that I think the Trudeau government wants.
I mean, even something as simple, Amanda, as the Prime Minister and his wife walking down the stairs behind me and then down the hall, which is not what we had seen previously, to be honest. So there's obviously a great deal of thought going into, as Kathleen talks about, what this looks like and what it's supposed to tell people.
Yeah, and I think, there are hallmarks that we've seen throughout the Liberal campaign that were really about showcasing that diversity message. And I think we use that term really loosely, but this party in particular has gone out of its way to ensure that children, and that there's a diverse age range, and there's diversity in culture, and that's been shown in the rallies and in, frankly, from a communications standpoint, in the photo ops that they've generated. It sends a signal in its own right. If you only capture that moment, that visual on TV, it provides you with a sentiment and an experience in and of itself without having to listen to a word or read a word. I think that they've really brilliantly executed, and I'm saying that from a, not from a biased standpoint, but I really think that through the entire campaign to do just that.
I gotta go. Amanda, Tim, and Kathleen will be back. Lots more to come on this special extended edition of Power and Politics. We'll be back in just a couple with more coverage of this speech from the throne, the first Liberal speech from the throne. Stay with us. Today on Power and Politics, more than 25 promises in under 15 minutes. The government lays out its priorities in its first speech from the throne. How will they get it all done? We'll ask Government House Leader Dominic LeBlanc in just a moment. And short, but was it sweet? Opposition leaders Rona Ambrose and Tom Mulcair are here to react to the government's throne speech. Plus, what does today's to-do list mean for you? MPs will debate the promised middle-class tax cut, and the Power Panel will weigh in on some of the government's big priorities. I'm Rosemary Barton in the foyer of the House of Commons, and this is Power and Politics. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. If you're just tuning in, and you may be, it was a day filled with ceremony and tradition, all leading up to the new federal government's first speech from the throne. It was packed today with special guests and some big names, including the Supreme Court justices and former prime ministers. They all sat waiting for the arrival of the Governor General. David Johnston inspected the Guard of Honor as they played the royal anthem, and blasts from the 21-gun salute echoed through the air. Then things moved inside, where the Governor General was greeted by the Prime Minister and his wife, as well as Senate leadership, the Chief of the Defense Staff, and the RCMP Commissioner. Performed an Indigenous honor song, perhaps one of the highlights of the event, before the leaders then made their way towards the Senate, greeting a group of invited guests, a large group, school children and some recent refugees. The usher of the Black Rod then made his way towards the House of Commons to call MPs to the Senate. The MPs filed down to the Red Chamber, and the Governor General delivered the speech from the throne.
By focusing on growing our middle class, on delivering open and transparent government, on ensuring a clean environment and a strong economy, on building a stronger Canada, and providing greater security and opportunity, the government will make real change happen.
Okay, so how will all that real change happen, and how fast can the government get it done? Let's talk a little bit, first of all, to the CBC's National Affairs editor, Chris Hall, who was part of the radio special that was happening while we were doing the TV special, so I haven't had your opinion yet. It's fresh opinion for me. It was short, it was direct, it was fairly clear, I guess, in terms of where the government is going. Give me your impressions of what they were trying to communicate to people.
Well, a couple of things. I think that the brevity was a sign that we are ready to get down to business. We don't need to recite a long list of things that we intend to do with the detail that you might even expect from a blueprint for a legislative session. Secondly, what they chose to highlight intrigued me. The longest was on climate change, although it wasn't the first thing they talked about. But he did talk about the commitment for a national carbon price. He's going to try and work with the provinces. We know there's a meeting coming up within 90 days at the end of the COP conference. But the tax measures that he's talked about, which they're doing right now inside behind us in the House of Commons, introducing that Ways and Means motion to ensure that the tax changes they promised, the higher taxes for the richest in the country, the middle class tax cut is in place for the 2016 taxation year.
Okay, and in fact, Dominic LeBlanc, the government House leader, is currently reading a motion inside the House around that, and then he'll be out to talk to us about some of the details. Now, I guess it's not surprising to not get timelines in terms of things, even though it's what I would most like to know when things are going to happen. Does that something that we would normally see in a throne speech, or no? It's usually these kinds of broad messages, right?
Yeah, I think it really is a blueprint, as I said, although this one had fewer details than most. Yeah. We do know what their priorities are. A lot of people, including me, we have an idea from the mandate letters that he was given to Pierre Trudeau, yes, or that Justin Trudeau gave to every single one of his ministers, laid out in some detail what he expected them to do. But to your point, the timelines that we have, we know that next week the Prime Minister is going to be talking to the Aboriginal leadership of the AFN. Yep. He will probably announce at that time the inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women. Doesn't need the House of Commons to do that. But right now, the thing they're really focused on is this tax change. Everything else will have to wait and see how quickly they can move on it, what they choose to proceed with first.
Why, there was a lot of talk about why they came back so quickly. Other governments have waited 2 or 3 months. There's no requirement to come back. They could have taken some time, got their staff set up, gotten used to the jobs. Why do you think they came back so quickly, just to sit for a week? Because we're only expecting them here for about a week.
That's right, and only to do the one thing, which is the tax changes. I guess they really wanted that symbolic nature of we are going to change the taxes, we committed to it, and we're going to do it right away for middle-class families. But there is a sense, I think you've picked it up too, that it's not really organized here in the way we might expect. There aren't staff for every, staff complements for every minister aren't in place yet. People don't have Blackberries. It's really hard to get ministers to come on the shows, as you know. So this is a thing, I think, again, to show that they are hitting the ground running, to show Canadians that while they talked about real change, well, the change begins now. There's a danger in that, and we heard some of it from the various opposition leaders, that you're not getting things right. You're missing talking about very important things. In the Conservatives' case about the ISIS mission, how many more trainers are they going to be putting on the ground in Iraq? When do the CFA teams ultimately come back? These are the kinds of issues that I think we'll continue we'll hear from them on the opposition benches all next week for the question periods.
There were some changes in terms of tone, obviously. That's one of the things that the government's trying to highlight. Not a lot, and my colleague Alison Crawford's been tweeting about it, not a lot about law and order, for instance. Not a lot about security, perhaps, as much as you would have heard, at least under the previous government. And I don't know if we should take anything from that beyond the fact that it's just different from what we've been hearing.
I actually take a couple of things from it. First is it's not a priority for this government as it was for the Conservatives. And while they think they were sincerely thinking they needed to do more for victims, for example, and to do more to crack down on violent crime, they also knew it was a wedge issue. It was an issue that distinguished the Conservatives from the other two parties. For the Liberals, this isn't an issue that distinguishes them from the NDP, for example. So I think they are sincere. Again, they're going to work collaboratively. We'll see how long it lasts, Rosie. These things can be promised and not delivered. But at least the sense today is, especially from the NDP, there are things they can work together on. Restoring Canada Post service to everybody.
Although they didn't mention it in the speech.
And Tom Mulcair did raise that. But on climate change, on some of the tax, on childcare, there are issues that they can work with the government to try and improve or to deliver.
Okay, stand by there, Chris Hall. Just to update everybody, we're waiting for the government House Leader, Dominic LeBlanc, who's trapped inside the House, as happens with the House Leader, and that's the job you have to do, presenting a motion. One of the first motions the government signaled it wants to do is to put forward a notice of the Ways and Means motion that will change the tax regulation in this country. And one of the first things it will do is tax what the Liberals call the richest of Canadians, those that make more than $200,000. And then give some of that money back to the middle-class Canadians. So that would be, according to the Liberals again, those who make anywhere between $45,000 and $89,000. And that leads me to our ballot box. And that's really what the government priority is and why it has decided to rush back here and try and get this through the House very quickly. So here's our ballot box question tonight. Are tax cuts for the middle class a top priority for you? I'm guessing it probably depends on whether you're in that middle class that the Liberals have defined. But in the meantime, let us know what you think. Go to the ballot box section of our Facebook page. Go to cbc.ca/politics. You can also hit that QR code at the bottom of your screen. You'll go instantly there if you've got anything to say. This is the time now, between 5 and 7, where you can say anything your heart desires about the throne speech, what you would have liked to hear. He should have been in it.
Is worth very little, but to say that there is a commitment within 6 months to achieve these goals, that means a lot more, and I think that's what Canadians are looking for.
So why not more details on timelines? When are you going to legalize marijuana? When are you going to give us details on the military? Why not offer those kinds of details in this document?
Well, take, for example, your point about legalizing marijuana. If we'd said that it'll be legalized by such and such a date, first of all, it's very disrespectful to Parliament. Secondly, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Health need to talk to their provincial counterparts. Suddenly pulling that out of the criminal code without having the regulatory framework in place under provincial jurisdiction, in our view, would be irresponsible. Let me give you an example. On Monday, we're going to table supplementary estimates, which will detail very precise spending, particularly on things as important as the Syrian refugee resettlement. We're going to be introducing a Ways and Means motion, which will allow the tax cut to go into place. And ministers will be tabling very precise pieces of legislation, we hope very early in January, which will lay out everything from infrastructure spending to some criminal code changes. A priority for us is going to be dealing with the Supreme Court of Canada decision in the Carter case around physician-assisted dying.
But you've requested 6 months extension to make some
That's right,
choices
but
around that,
we're going to hopefully next week get a joint committee going so that in January and February we can do some work in terms of preparing legislation, because that has a very defined timeline should the Supreme Court agree to the extension. The budget, obviously, Rosie, will lay out when the budget comes in February or March, I don't know what the date is, we'll lay out a whole series of precise measures.
Okay, so let's go back to the issue of tax cuts. Is that going to be effective immediately? Is that as soon as that gets passed, does that just go into effect, or how quickly does that happen?
Yeah, assuming that that's passed the middle of next week, for example, it would allow the Revenue Department then to apply those tax changes starting on January 1st.
Really? Okay, so that the idea is that Canadians start feeling that difference right away.
All of them would be in place for the beginning of the tax year, their personal tax year starting January 1, 2016.
Okay, so
3 weeks from now.
Is it fair to say you're looking to do things, with the exception of that are not going to require legislation? They're things that are fairly easy to get done with because you're only sitting for a week anyway.
Well, yes, but technically those require legislation, but if the Ways and Means motion is accepted, it allows them to be implemented subject to the legislation passing in the new year. But we're beginning this session of Parliament, Rosemary, in the very traditional way of having a debate on the speech from the throne. The rules provide for 6 days of debate. We think it's a very useful way, particularly for new members of Parliament, there are almost 200 of them, to make a speech, to talk about the election campaign, things that are important in their constituencies. It really is a less partisan and fairly collegial way to begin a Parliament. And you're right, we're going to adjourn on Friday the 11th of December, but we did want Parliament to come back, particularly in order that the tax measures might be effective on January 1.
One of the things that you're going to have a lot of say over is what you're talking about here, the way Parliament functions. More open debate, the speech says, and free votes, and reform and strengthen committees. Is free votes, is it still the position that it will be free votes around things that do not apply to the platform and are not confidence measures, or is it bigger than that now?
Well, no, I mean, no government's going to say that you have free votes in your own caucus on confidence matters. And the Prime Minister has said consistently, and I think he's absolutely right, essential elements of the election platform on which all of us that were elected as Liberals ran would be considered confidence votes, or would be considered, not confidence votes, would be considered areas where there'd be no free vote. And matters the Prime Minister has said that go to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, in his view, should not be the subject of free votes. But a whole series of other measures, in our view, normal government legislation would be subject to a free vote. But more importantly, Rosemary, and I've said this to my colleagues in the opposition, we think that parliamentary committees should study legislation and make amendments where appropriate. If people find ways to improve legislation, we would want to work with opposition members and our own colleagues in the Liberal caucus. So we see it as a very give and take process that will make better legislation and an awfully better place for people to work behind us.
So you say that this you want a joint committee on the Carter decision up and running. How quickly? And that means everyone from all parties could be part of that?
Again, we haven't finalized the discussion. I've started the conversation with my colleague House leaders and with some of the leadership in the Senate. There appears to be, at least certainly on the Senate side, a desire to collaborate on a joint committee. If ultimately we get to a text that could be agreed, our hope is next week we would pass a motion that would set up a joint committee of members of Parliament and senators from all parties that could work in January and February.
To hear from people.
To hear from Canadians, to consult with Canadians, but also importantly, more importantly, to present the government with legislative recommendations. We see that committee, legislators of all parties, playing a role in saying to the Minister of Justice, these are the areas where we think it's important to legislate. This is what it might look like. This is how, it's a very complicated and sensitive issue, as you can imagine. So, and we're frankly inspired by the work done by the Quebec National Assembly in many regards.
Yeah, you haven't heard back from the Supreme Court, though, on whether you'll get the extension, have you?
No, not in the last couple of hours, unless you have some
No,
news. No,
well, they were just down the hall, I don't know.
Yeah, and it would have been inappropriate to ask them in the Senate chamber.
Probably.
Okay. I'd get disbarred if I'd done that.
All right, okay, good. All right, so lots on the agenda for you particularly. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for inviting me on the show.
Okay, so what does the Conservative Party make of the speech? What promises are keepers and what's missing? Joining me now, the interim leader of the official opposition, Rona Ambrose. Just two seats down there from Mr. LeBlanc. Good to see you. Okay, so you highlighted some things that were missing. We'll get to those. What was there anything in there that you found? Hey, this is going to work well. You know, even just the committee work, the fact that the government wants everybody to work collaboratively. Anything that was good for you?
Well, what stood out for me that was a positive was a commitment to working on ending violence against women on the area of domestic abuse. And that's an area that, of course, I told the Justice Minister right away, I'm with you. If you need my support, you know, tell me what your plans are. I don't know what their, what the Liberals' plans are, but if they're planning on bringing forward tough legislation in the area, then absolutely, I'm looking forward to seeing what that is, and I hope to be able to work collaboratively with them on it.
Okay, so let's get into the stuff that you felt was missing. You in your scrum after talked namely about ISIS. Why did you think it was important to mention ISIS? I mean, they do talk about the security and military components around that. Why did you think it was important to mention them by name?
Well, I think if you can't mention the actual threat, you can't name the threat, then I worry about how serious you are about how seriously you take the threat. And I think it's just another reflection of this government's desire to not be as resolute in the fight against ISIS as we are seeing our coalition partners be. While we are seeing a lot of countries around the world step up and enhance and expand their role, we saw the UK just do that recently, Germany just yesterday. We are, of course, seen to be retreating when we're bringing our Air Force back in the middle of what is an expanded role for a lot of our coalition
Is that really
partners.
fair to say it looks like we're retreating? Because we don't really know what it's going to look like. I mean, I'll give you that, but they are going to increase it in some way. What the Prime Minister says is that they're talking to allies about what that'll look like. So I'm not sure retreat is the best word, but you seem to think it is.
You know, I think the signal that we send when we say, look, Beirut was just attacked, Paris was just attacked, things are changing, other countries are expanding and enhancing their role, but we are going to continue to stand by our election commitment and withdraw CF-18s. I would have hoped that at that moment, Mr. Trudeau would have said, we stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies. We're going to continue with our mission, both in training and with our Air Force, and we'll reassess things as we move along. But right now, we have to continue with this commitment. And that didn't happen, so I was disappointed. But frankly, Rosemary, the larger overarching issue about the speech from the throne really is the economy. And of course, the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party have different philosophical views. Sure. You know, one believes in smaller government, one believes in larger government. So it's no surprise that this was all about big government. But I was surprised the lack of even a mention of the private sector. No mention of a commitment to the Trans-Pacific Partnership trade deal, which is that's quite a signal to send to industry and to the private sector after all the work that's been done by many sectors across the country to negotiate that deal for Canada. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen with the Trade-Pacific Partnership deal. Are we in? Are we out? No mention of the agriculture sector, no mention of the auto sector, no mention of the energy sector. I mean, I could go on and on. There's no mention of the role of industry or the role of the private sector or the role of business. It was really a plan for government. You know, so it's about big government, and when I think of big government, I think big deficits, and then I know what comes after that, which is higher taxes. So it's a blueprint for more government, and at this time, I think we need a blueprint for the economy, and so, you know, that is obviously something of great concern to us.
Okay, well, part of their plan for the economy, though, will start next week, where they're going to try and shift money from what they call the richest of Canadians to the middle-class Canadians. How will you guys approach that Ways and Means motion? Because as you heard there from the House Leader, they want that through next week. They want that change to be effective January 1st.
Sure, but what's disappointing about that is we won't actually get a chance to debate what else is happening in that same Ways and Means motion. And the other thing that's happening is that they're going to cut back what Canadians can invest in their tax-free savings account. And you know what, I don't think people should be fooled by this notion of a middle-class tax cut when there's so many other things that are going to be missing. So you can't invest in your tax-free savings account as much. You're not going to be able to receive a child care benefit. And let's remember that middle-class tax cut only benefits the upper part of the middle class and not the lower part of the middle class who needs it a lot. And I think it's just that the concern there is about looking like you're giving with one hand and taking away with the other. So I don't think we should be fooled that this is the big tax cut bonanza that the government is saying it is. This is not enough to spur on the economy. This is not enough to deal with the 60,000 job losses in Alberta. We need an economic plan.
Let me leave it on this one. What do you think it's going to sound like in there? What is going to be your approach on Monday? I know you're trying to set a different tone, and there's lots of talk about that, but clearly, from the way you're talking now, you plan to be tough as well. So what's the approach?
Yeah. The approach is respectful of the government, but respectful of taxpayers. I mean, our job as opposition is to be the check and balance of government expenditures. I mean, that's a big part of what this is about. This plan is about a lot of spending and larger government. We are going to be a check and balance on that on behalf of the taxpayer, and make sure that as these programs roll out, not only are they spending appropriately, but perhaps they might actually stop and think that maybe they shouldn't be spending this much at this time if we're looking at a weaker economy going forward. So we're going to be that check and balance for taxpayers, and we're proud to do that.
Okay, good. Well, that'll make things interesting. Thank you. That's Rona Ambrose, the interim Conservative leader. And coming up next, we've heard what the Conservatives had to say about the throne speech. What does the NDP think? Do they have a different take on the government's list of priorities? Tom Mulcair will join me next. First, though, the new Prime Minister, will he be getting any tips from the old Liberals, the old gang, if you will? Take a look at this.
No, I let him run the show, you know. I don't want to be the mother-in-law. I just do my, you know, if he needs my advice, he can call.
Welcome back to Power and Politics, live in the foyer of the House of Commons with our continuing coverage of the speech from the throne. The government has now laid out its agenda in an address delivered by the Governor-General. Not really any surprises, but some familiar promises that certainly mirror the Liberals' election platform. So what was missing from the speech? Did it give enough direction for the government in the months ahead? And are there issues where the opposition parties can potentially find some common ground? Joining me now, the leader of the NDP, Tom Mulcair. Okay, good to see you. You're describing it as thin, I would agree. Was it thin in terms of substance or just in terms of length?
Detail.
Yeah.
So climate change, something that you and I worked on the last few days, hoping to see a little bit more than what we saw in Paris. We saw Mr. Trudeau go to Paris essentially with Mr. Harper's plan and Mr. Harper's numbers and Mr. Harper's timelines. So we're hoping to hear a little bit more. We didn't really hear much. So we're still going to wait to see what the content of that is. There were some things I really found encouraging, frankly, to hear a throne speech so clearly talking about a nation-to-nation approach with First Peoples. That's very good, and I applaud it. At the same time, there were things that were not in there that they talked a lot about during the campaign. Mr. Trudeau promised to bring back the retirement age from 67 to 65, not a word. Promised to restore home delivery by Canada Post, not a word. So people who have been counting on getting back their home delivery have every reason to be concerned.
Although you can't mention everything in a speech. I mean,
no, but those are specific ones, right, that were easy. You could easily have checked off some of those boxes if you were going to do it. The rest of it is so vague, you can pitch a lot of your own thoughts onto it, but it doesn't tell you very much about what they're going to do. Nothing on childcare, for example.
Right. I mean, it seems as though they wanted to come back this quickly because they want to get this middle-class tax cut going, and they want that to happen next week. Is that something that the NDP generally supports in this Ways and Means motion, or where do you rely on it?
As always, it's a question of the details,
Sure.
right? So define middle class. From everything we've heard from the Liberals so far, a member of Parliament earning $167,400 a year is going to get a tax cut, whereas the average
Not
Canadian,
as much as another one.
fair enough,
yeah.
but they're getting a tax cut.
Right.
Whereas a Canadian family, an average one earning $40,000 family income, doesn't get a tax cut. So how do you define middle class if you're leaving 2/3 of the people out? That's a real problem, Rosemary.
What about the change to the tax-free savings account? That's the other thing that they're going to move on next week, rolling that back. Do you think that's a good idea? Is that something you can support?
We would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
So yes, we'll agree with that. That was removing the most recent increase in what wealthier Canadians could put into their tax-free savings account. We would have removed that as well. There
does seem to be an idea to approach this Parliament different, and it's sort of hard to get a read on it because we haven't had much time watching anybody in there. Does it feel more collaborative to you, and are you willing to get on board with that idea?
Well, the tone is certainly better, and we sense that in Paris, but it's not just the tone. The content has to be there as well. So I like hearing no more prorogation. I like hearing no more taxpayers' money being spent for governments to advertise themselves. No more phone book-sized omnibus bills where you have to try to dig through it and the public doesn't know what's going on. So that, frankly, bravo. I like seeing things like that. But again, when Canadians were told that there was going to be something on childcare and there's nothing, we're told home mail delivery, age of retirement, there are any number of things that they've talked about. There's nothing, not only nothing on childcare, but there's nothing really on healthcare either that people can feel.
They say they're going to sit down with the provinces and renegotiate the health
Well, that's great. But I mean, a clear commitment to putting back the money that Stephen Harper cut would have been welcomed by us and by all Canadians.
What kind of timeline then do you give them? How much elasticity do you give them in terms of getting these things done? At what point do you start hammering away? Right away, or
Well, no. I mean, you come back in January, and so you've got a commitment to a nation-to-nation approach. Fine. Next week, Mr. Trudeau is going to be talking to the Assembly of First Nations. Like us, they want to see the details of a plan to implement all of the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, because that was their promise. They were going to implement
which they reiterated
all.
here.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's see the plan to do that. It's one thing to put it in one line, but what does that actually mean? How much money is going to flow? When is it going to flow? Top priority education for First Nations kids. They were receiving a lot less than other Canadian kids. When does that money start to flow?
I don't know if we've talked about the Senate changes since they were announced. So there's going to be this, I mean, it's sort of what we expected. There's going to be this advisory board that is going to make a small list of people and then give them to the Prime Minister, and then the Prime Minister is going to designate a government representative in the Senate. You look like you have lots to say already. What do you make of it? Does it push the idea of nonpartisanship or less partisanship far enough inside the Senate, or you know, your face says it all, frankly.
The proof of the Senate pudding is going to be in the eating. Let's just see what they actually do. If this nonpartisan process
just happens to produce a rather long list of Liberal Party members and fundraisers and bagmen that will know that not that much has changed. A lot of this has been, frankly, window dressing, saying that the Liberal senators were no longer Liberal senators, they were now Senate Liberals. I don't think that changed anything. As you know, we don't think that people who have never been elected have a right to make laws for the rest of us. We would have gotten rid of the thing a long time ago. There was talk about childcare. Just imagine what a lovely setting it would be for a childcare center in the Senate. Lovely red walls and everything.
I think you have to give up that dream. All right, thank you, Mr. Mulcair.
All the best,
appreciate it. That's NDP leader Tom Mulcair with his reaction to the throne speech. Coming up next on Power and Politics, where are we going to go? Oh, back to the power panel. More power panel. But first, let me show you our ballot box. We know what the Liberals' first order of business is going to be. It's going to be to put in place that middle-class tax cut that they had promised. So let's ask you that question. Are tax cuts for the middle class a top priority for you? I guess it depends on whether you are the middle class or whether you're going to be with this new tax changes. But go to our website, cbc.ca/politics. The ballot box section of our Facebook page will bring you there, as will that QR code. If you've got comments on anything you've heard on the show so far, here, all the ways to get in touch with the whole Power and Politics team, and you can reach me directly at Rosie Barton. Be part of the conversation on PNP. And I should point out that later we are going to talk to the Defence Minister, Harjit Sajjan, about what was and was not in the throne speech when it comes to military commitments and defence. You heard Rona Ambrose talk a little bit about that. So the Defence Minister still ahead on Power and Politics. Meanwhile, it's been a day of pomp and ceremony, but let's not forget the politics. That's why we're all here. That's what we love. The Power Panel's up next. They've got lots to say about today's big day on Parliament Hill. Stay with us for that.
The government will, as an immediate priority, deliver a tax cut to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. The employment insurance system will be strengthened to develop a new health accord. The government will introduce new environmental assessment processes. The government will strengthen its relationship with allies, review existing defense capabilities, and will invest in building a leaner, more agile, better equipped military.
Okay, just some of the highlights of the first Liberal government throne speech. Also why I love our producer, Nicole Arams, who can make a throne speech that is short, even shorter, when she puts together all those clips. It was short and to the point as far as these kinds of speeches go. What are the most important pledges? What are the most blatant omissions? And just how will the Liberal government's priorities affect you? Because that's the part that matters. Our power panel tonight in Montreal, Marty Petriquin of Maclean's Magazine. Political strategist Amanda Alvaro is in Toronto. Here in the foyer with me, Tim Powers of Summa Strategies and political strategist Kathleen Monk. Okay, let's start with the money and let's start with Marty, because he hasn't been analyzing things for the past 17 hours the way we have. So,
and we just can't wait to hear from
I know, Tim.
Particularly, Marty.
New, fresh analysis.
Yeah, new, fresh analysis from Marty. Okay, let's start with the tax cuts. This is something that the Liberals are going to deliver on next week. So tax hikes for Canada's wealthiest, or the people that the Liberals view as Canada's wealthiest, and then some decreases for the middle class, whatever that is, however that is defined. Why do you think they're doing that first? Why does that matter?
Well, you know, in a lot of ways, this was sort of a virtual carbon copy of what their election platform was. It was almost like I almost expected David Johnston to say like #real change right in the middle of it, because that's what it sounded like.
That would have been weird. Yeah.
It would have been weird, but it would have been appropriate. You know, there's no real surprises. Certainly with the middle tax cut, that was the thing that turned the tide of the election. If everybody here remembers, you know, there was a lot of talk about, you know, defense and whether or not Trudeau's ready or not and stuff like that. The thing that really tied it for them was when they turned to the middle class. And so I think this is sort of a way to come back in and say, this is the reason we got elected. This is what's going to make us even more popular in the months and years ahead.
I mean, and it's certainly why, Amanda, everybody is coming back next week. Otherwise, there was no reason for there was no reason for Parliament to return necessarily now, but that seems to be the major motivating factor.
Marty was absolutely right. I mean, it was obviously the cornerstone of the Liberal platform throughout the election. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that when Parliament returned, it would be the first piece of legislation to reduce middle class, to make that middle class tax cut, to tax the wealthiest 1%, put those dollars into middle class pockets. And because it was the cornerstone of the platform, it certainly would have been odd if in the throne speech it wasn't, I think, in my mind, the most important commitment, the most important initiative that everyone is currently talking about.
Yeah, and it was after the introduction, it was the first thing I was on the second page, if you will.
Yeah.
But there were some other things in that section I should point out. They're going to, for instance, the Canada Pension Plan, that they're going to work with the provinces and territories to enhance the Canadian Pension Plan, that the employment insurance system will be strengthened. These are things that are going to be more problematic than the middle class tax cut, which is going to happen like that.
Well, and the EI increase, to help people with the changes they're bringing forward to employment insurance, if you recall, involve a tax increase of a certain degree, because they will increase the premiums higher than the level that the previous government was proposing to increase them. They go up 20. You know, but they are an increase. They matter to employers. There is also the tax increase on those people earning $200,000, which is politically popular now. Does it have a diminishing impact in driving people away? Time will tell. The other thing that's interesting for me, because we talked about this in the one of the segments earlier, is the symbolism. Is Trudeau's credibility at all affected with the middle class by what happened this week on the nanny scandal? Because, you know, as much as people don't want to talk about it, part of that was a symbol, part of it's a brand, part of it ties into the middle class because it does talk about what he's going to do with the middle class and child care benefits to them, and having two state-paid-for nannies didn't necessarily help him, I think, with credibility with that group of people.
Marty, you made a sound there.
Yeah, look, every single, and I don't, it's a nonpartisan thing to say that you're not going to do something during the election. I wrote a column about this yesterday, and then come back and do the exact opposite thing. And as this nanny story, for all the noise and fury it's creating, I don't think it's really resonated anywhere across the country very much. The thing that's been bothersome to me has been watching the liberal partisans, liberal Uber partisans, come out and say that Trudeau deserves this when they would have been on Harper like flies on you know what had the shoe been on the other foot. that's the one thing that bothers me. I don't think that's necessarily going to resound very well with put any dents in his credibility as far as the middle class is concerned.
Okay, Kathleen, on the issue of pensions and EI and that kind of stuff, because those are the things where you're going to have to talk to provinces. They're more complicated than giving people a tax break.
For sure, and the language around the pensions is really interesting. So they've said in the throne speech they will enhance the CPP, but they haven't committed to doubling or to doing any of the other kind of ideas that have been put out there for the last number of years. Now, listen, there's a number of premiers that are actually on board with increasing and enhancing the CPP.
Kathleen Wynne would be a good example.
Kathleen Wynne would be a very good
Not
example.
surprisingly.
Selinger would be another example. I'm sure Ms. Notley would be another example. I mean, there is that willingness to move on the CPP, and certainly there's a lot of stakeholders that are there. I think there are a lot of Canadians there that realize the CPP is the best, most secure vehicle for our investment. So why haven't we had access to that in the past when we think we pool our collective risk? But listen, that's on the CPP. I want to talk about one other thing that we started this conversation off with being the middle class tax cut, and just to reiterate what I did say earlier, that this is not a tax cut for the middle class, right? When we look at the fact that this tax cut really isn't going to benefit 2/3 of Canadians, those who make roughly under $50,000, right? And that should be concerning because there are many people who are working really hard, and it's those individuals that actually need that break. Those who will benefit most from this tax cut are in fact those who make close to the 100 to 200 range, and I think that should be called into question.
Tim and then Amanda.
Go ahead, Amanda.
Amanda and then Tim then.
I'll be a gentleman.
Thanks, Tim. Well, and we've rehashed this tax cut equation for a number of months now, but we're looking at the millions of Canadian families that fall within that, I think, $45,000 to $89,000 range, not the hundreds and 200s that Kathleen is referring to. And also the other commitment that we're seeing, as well as the infrastructure commitment, which we talked about a ton in the election, is the Canada Child Benefit, which is intended to benefit 9 out of 10 families, putting thousands more dollars into their pockets. So, I understand Kathleen's criticism, but at the same time, this was the commitment that was broadly put forward in front of Canadians that they voted on. I think, and Marty said it off the top, it was the commitment that was the cornerstone of the election campaign, and the one that was really the hallmark of won the election, the hallmark of the election.
They can't abandon it, obviously. Nobody's suggesting they would, but Kathleen's right to call into question the effectiveness of it. The other thing, though, on the CPP, which is interesting, talking about making that more sustainable, that also means people paying more for it, and we really haven't had that discussion or debate too. If you're going to make the CPP more sustainable, then employers and employees are going to have to pay more money for that too. So it's nice to say, and I think I hope as we go forward in this discussion, we'll start to see the facts and figures around it, because my worry again with all of these throne speeches is that they speak to good intentions, they are aspirational, but they do these measures cost dollars and cents. And that CPP one has the potential to be a significant cost, and that needs to get onto the table as this moves forward.
Into a significant benefit. I mean, it's
but
right-wing
the numbers got to get on the table.
Yeah, but right-wing rhetoric would say that this is another tax on Canadians or employers. But the reality is it's a way for Canadians to safely invest in an investment vehicle that has proven itself to be very, very profitable.
Except it's also happening at the same time as next week, the government's going to scale back the tax-free savings account, back from $10,000 to $5,000. So
yes,
go ahead, Marty.
Which disproportionately, to Kathleen's point, the tax-free savings account disproportionately favors people that actually have money to put into it, which is people that are of the middle and upper classes, certainly the upper classes.
But that's not true either, though. If you look at on the TFSA,
that say the opposite, actually.
That people in their 60s have put a lot of money in there. So if we're going to have all these debates, let's put the facts out there on them too. God forbid, Marty, you would do that as a journalist. No.
Well, the other theme,
last point, Amanda,
Well, when you're talking about CPP and how much that requires the cooperation and the involvement of the provinces, that was another theme in the throne speech. Collaboration, trust and collaboration, openness and transparency, big themes in this speech. The requirement to work with the provinces and the territories and the municipalities came through loud and clear. And one of the first steps that this government took was to start to develop that relationship again.
Okay, let's take a quick break, and when we get back, let's talk about the things that aren't in the speech, because there were lots of things not mentioned, because that's what happens. You can't mention everything, so we'll talk about that with the power panel when we get back. Stick around. Welcome back to Power and Politics, live from the foyer of the House of Commons. Back with the Power panel, Amanda Alvaro, Marty Pedrican, Tim Powers, and Kathleen Monk. Tim, you get to start. What was not in that speech? We heard from Ronna Ambrose about things that she wanted to hear more about, but was there any sort of glaring omission that you thought should have absolutely been mentioned as a signal of something?
Well, again, symbolism being the realm of the day, no real mention of farmers and agriculture. And I don't know if that speaks in part, now, Lawrence McCauley, he's the agriculture minister, he of course has a history in farming, but there's a whole swath of MPs here that come from rural Canada where farming is front and center. And I think some Canadians, if they were looking for that in this throne speech, are going to be disappointed. The Liberal majority doesn't come from those areas, so we have to watch for these things going forward. Because the criticism of the Harper government was they didn't speak enough to urban issues, and now there perhaps isn't this. The other thing is, it is kind of strange they don't talk to TPP. I appreciate it was an agreement signed by another prime minister, but it has the potential, as the free trade agreement and NAFTA did for the Liberals of the day, Jean Chrétien, to be a powerful enabling economic tool. To leave that out seemed a bit strange for me, because given the economic forecasts, which today have come out, showed job numbers down, as Kathleen talked about earlier, and economists saying we need to go into deficit more, you think they'd want to talk about something which perhaps gives them an olive branch to a more better and improved economy.
Well, I thought there was some line about trade deals in here, and I was just flipping through it.
There wasn't a significant discussion.
Well, they didn't mention it by name, but I mean, I don't know.
There was a mention about pursuing trade, but I think it's a fair point, the lack of mention around the TPP. It was a large focus of the campaign, and specifically there's no mention of auto workers or support for an auto strategy or the farmers that you referenced in terms of the agricultural sector, in terms of who will be most hurt by a Trans-Pacific Partnership deal. So I think that was missing for sure. I of course paid attention to some of the things like around questions around the minimum wage. I know that the Liberals campaigned against actually raising the minimum wage to $15. I'm hopeful that they'll still do that as a ways of helping those people who are working full time but are still living in poverty. I'm also hopeful that they will actually continue to commit to their GIS commitment to lift those seniors out of poverty.
Okay, Amanda, I mean, the fact that things don't get mentioned by name, TPP, ISIS was the one the Conservatives pointed to. I mean, does that become a problem then, that you're not pointing to issues that are top of mind for a lot of people? Certainly ISIS is.
In fairness, I think that when there are omissions like that, things that have dominated the headlines, it's easy fodder. It's easy for the critics to say, why wasn't this part of the throne speech? What does this mean? And certainly raise a lot of questions around it. TPP was a little bit of a surprise for me too, to be frank. But I think because the party, the government had said that they were prepared to consult with Canadians before they ratified the deal, that may have been why. They did have a line in there about negotiating beneficial trade agreements. So I think they were alluding to it without going all the way. But I don't disagree with you. At the same time, though, there's the criticism that it was a 15-minute speech and there were 25 promises in it. How are they possibly going to keep all these promises? Some things can't make their way into this speech, and obviously that's what we're talking about right now.
But I know Marty wants to get, but on ISIS, the thing with ISIS, and I think this is Ronna Ambrose's point, is we are in a theater of combat now. We are flying combat missions. We do have troops, trainers in the field. The Liberals have talked about that. The ISIS threat isn't going away. The degree of threat you can debate, and there's been a debate about that, but I think it does seem strange that wasn't in there, given it is so contemporary, so real.
It's true.
He mentioned fighting terrorism, and he mentioned keeping Canadians safe. If you have to go out and mention ISIS, look. If any Canadian people think that if we go in and we eliminate ISIS that we're going to get rid of terrorism in that area, we could have mentioned Al-Qaeda, we could have mentioned the Taliban, we could go on and on. Look, the fact is that when ISIS is removed, there's going to be another threat.
Yeah, so, except Marty, we are in a place where our allies, and that's the mention that they do say, we'll continue to work with our allies in the fight against terrorism. Our allies are doing a lot more to fight a specific terrorist group right now. So that, go ahead.
100%, and I agree with you. All is to say is that is terrorism. That is going on there. It goes on in other places in the world. But all is to say is that for her to bring up to ISIS, and the inference in it was what I didn't like, was saying, you didn't bring up ISIS, as if to suggest that he's like somehow soft on terror or whatever.
You're talking about Ambrose.
I was talking about Ambrose, and that was the context that I saw that, and I found that a bit cheap as well. if I could say just what
Please do.
one of the things that was that wasn't mentioned was pipelines. You know, there was a significant part of the campaign was dedicated to you know, where these pipelines are going to go. And the fact that Energy East is popular with the Liberals wasn't mentioned. The only time that they actually mentioned, and I thought this was significant, was in the bolstering of environmental protection policies.
Yeah.
So it sort of underscores what the Liberals were saying during the election. We're not necessarily against pipelines. What we are for is for better environmental protection processes, putting those into the ground.
That's a really good one. That's a very good point. So I'm glad you're here. And they also...
He's finally proved his worth in the second segment.
Good job, Marty.
But it's also interesting.
Marty.
It's also... Okay, we're off the rails. We're off the rails.
Better than he did on the rugby field.
I'm pulling it back. I'm pulling it back. What's also interesting is the context in which they mention developing resource projects, which is talking about how they will engage First Nations or Indigenous people, which is also pretty interesting because that's where some of the holdup for these sort of resource development.
Right.
Why are you giving that? Why are you wincing
some of that,
there?
but a lot of that, if you work in that area, you'll know that that's happening already. So I wonder what they mean there. There is a duty to consult that happens. Any sensible person who's developing in this country, any organization, knows, and First Nations rightly have made the case you have to work with them. So I don't know what more they can compel them to do, because this is actually happening.
Yes, but to hear it from the government in terms of...
But the government is telling people when they come forward with projects, you have to do these consultations. They don't sanction projects now if you don't have impact and benefits agreements with First Nations. So I don't know what they mean there.
To be fair though, there, Tim, I think that Harper did try, and education with First Nations, which was also mentioned, did try to bring about this. And I think that whole thing is that education package was a failure. And I think part of the reason was that a lot of First Nations simply didn't trust Stephen Harper. So I think Trudeau coming in and saying that is simply saying, look, we're here, we're a nation to nation type thing, and we are not like the older government. I think that's all it was.
What about, Kathleen, I'll ask you this. I find that the line that the NDP has to walk here is pretty interesting, right? And Tom Mulcair was careful in his approval for some things and gently pointing out omissions in others. This is going to be an interesting dance that the NDP has to do.
It is really complicated and it's really painful, right? I mean, I spoke to a crowd recently. I'm like, wow, who knew defeating Stephen Harper could feel so bad? You know, because really, you know, we're celebrating. Don't get me wrong. I celebrated the day that the census came back. I'm very happy that there's a progressive government. I'm happy with the openness and the transparency that's happening, and some of the changes that this government will move forward. But it is a difficult position to negotiate, I think, for New Democrats. How do you criticize? How do we challenge the government, but also be constructive? I think COP21 was an interesting example of that. You know, where we were happy with the openness, the dialogue. Certainly, what Amanda mentioned, that the fact that he met with the first ministers, the premiers, this was a really great move. But you know, truthfully, it was a bit sad that they didn't commit to hard targets, right? And that the language was a bit loose around environmental legislation. Now, certainly I'm willing to give Mr. Trudeau a lot of time to get, well, at least a few months to get those targets in place. At least a few months. The clock's ticking, Amanda, a few months. But, you know, I think that's the difficult line that New Democrats and progressives have to figure out.
It's interesting to watch because the Conservatives don't have to be that careful.
No.
I mean, they have to be a little careful in terms of tone.
But you know, Marty's comment about Rana's comments on ISIS aside, her tone and the tone of most of the Conservatives also has been generally pretty measured, which it should be. I don't
think.
Yeah, you're going to have, you know, but you're going to have, you can't have hysterical partisanship now. It serves no purpose because the Conservatives and the NDP both need to remember, as much as Mr. Trudeau is now the government, they're auditioning to be the government and waiting. They're setting themselves up for 4 years from now. So what they do now is equally as important as what Mr. Trudeau does now in terms of how they respond. They do have to criticize. That is their job. And I think they're still finding their feet on that because they had gone from hard-charging Gordie Howe, like smash your teeth and face out partisans, to a more genteel critic.
I didn't get any of that, but okay. Yeah.
Bobby Hull from Winnipeg. You got that okay? Better?
Okay. All right, we're going to take a quick break.
There?
Yeah, I don't know. Amanda, I'm with you.
It's a sports metaphor.
They're wasted here.
Sorry.
You know that already? Okay, we're going to take a quick break. More with the Power Panel after this short break because, there's more to discuss. We'll be back. Welcome back to Power and Politics, live from the foyer of the House of Commons for our ongoing special coverage of the new government's first speech from the throne. There were more than 25 promises in less than 15 minutes. And no, it wasn't read that quickly. Lots of themes from the election campaign came up. Let me tell you some of them. Fairness for the middle class, promises for tax cuts and a new child benefit. Openness and transparency, where the government has pledged to consult on electoral reform and change Senate appointments. We know that's already happening. Protecting the environment, a promise to provide what it calls leadership on putting a price on carbon, also investing in clean tech. Some of that happened just this week in Paris. Improving relations with First Nations, certainly on the list, and the promise to launch an inquiry into murdered and missing Aboriginal women. That could happen, the minister told us earlier, as soon as next week. The speech also mentioned security and promised to invest in building a leaner but better equipped military. Not sure what that means, but we'll ask the Defence Minister, Harjit Sajjan, a little bit later in the program. First, though, the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau has been on the Hill all day and all afternoon, and she's still here now. Okay, Hannah, you've been gathering some reaction to the speech. What are you hearing from people's initial thoughts?
Well, I think it's the sunnier ways thoughts, if you're not tired of hearing that yet. It was a shorter speech, so a lot of people were happy that they didn't have to sit through one of the typically longer ones. This was just under 15 minutes. I did have a chance to speak with former Liberal Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. I asked him what his highlight was. He actually liked that it was a bit shorter, too. He was a little discouraged that his taxes were going to go up. Clearly, he's someone who makes more than $200,000 a year, but then the tax breaks will be given to people in the middle class. He also went on, and I asked him about that leaner military. He said that it's likely there's big costs to things. So those are the types of things to look at. And I hear you're going to interview the Defence Minister a little bit later. So that was something that was really interesting in this. When it came to Indigenous and Aboriginal affairs, I had a chance to speak with the Assembly of First Nations Chief, Perry Bellegarde, and he was saying that he's happy with this, even though it didn't really expand much from the promises that we saw in the election campaign. He says he feels hopeful that this government will work with him. And I said, well, what's different than any other government? He added that it's just that they're open, that they'll have discussions, and in fact, on Tuesday, he, along with other chiefs across Canada, will sit down and discuss how to move forward on some of these priorities, like an inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women, as well as the recommendations that came out of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. He's hoping that the government fulfills the promise to follow through on those 94 recommendations. And then finally, I had a chance to speak with some senators. That was kind of interesting because, of course, the Liberal senators, they're all saying that they're happy with how things are going. However, I did speak with the Conservative government leader in the Senate, Claude Carignan, and when he's talking about being, having this new non-partisan approach in the Senate, they seem a bit discouraged about this because remember, Justin Trudeau just yesterday removed Leo Housakos, who was the Speaker of the Senate, removed him to put in place a Liberal, George Furey. Nobody's complaining about George Furey, but what they're saying is that by removing Housakos, it shows that they have potentially some partisanship there. It's the Prime Minister's prerogative to do so, but what they were suggesting is maybe he should have come in and said, look, you guys vote for your Speaker for once and then vote for it that way. But of course, what would have happened then? You would have had Leo Housakos as the Speaker in the Senate. So some of the senators are not happy with that.
Okay, Hannah, thanks for all your hard work today. Appreciate it. That's the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau. More now with the Power Panel. Let's dig into, we'll do one more round with them and then we'll free them. Amanda, Marty, Tim, and Kathleen. And I'd like to use this time to talk about what it felt like and whether it felt different and whether it looked different. And Marty, let me ask you that question first. There was, the drummer, there were all the children receiving Justin Trudeau. Did it seem different in terms of what the government was trying to communicate to you?
Beyond all the pomp, the usual pomp and circumstance, yeah, it did. It felt a little bit like his swearing-in ceremony for his cabinet.
Yeah.
The whole idea of Sunny Ways. There's one issue that I wanted to talk to, just policy-wise, that I found interesting.
So you're not going to listen to me, is what's happening.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'll be very quick.
No, I'm joking. You go ahead. Yeah.
The mentioning of marijuana, the legalization of marijuana, couched in crime prevention, and I thought that is key. And I'm very, very happy to see that. That's something that he alluded to during the election, not as much as perhaps some people would have liked. But I'm glad to see that marijuana, the legalization of marijuana, isn't couched in the way the Conservatives were saying that it's going to be sold to school children. It's a crime prevention issue, and it should be.
Okay, so this is why I ask you on the show, because you say smart things. So I'll just read to people what the speech actually said. They talk, and there's very little about law and order specifically, but in the speech it says that they will get handguns and assault weapons off the street, that they will legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana. So you're quite right that the language around that is a little bit different, and it does speak a little bit to the changes going ahead. Do you want to say anything else about that, Marty?
That's about all I have to say on that.
Amanda, do you want to weigh in on that and whether we should read anything different into the way that was framed going forward?
I don't think so. I think that, they're talking about legalizing and regulating. I think that the restrictions they're referring to are to deal with some of the criticism that they face, frankly, along the election trail, ensuring that legalizing marijuana doesn't mean getting it into the hands of children or teens. And I think they're trying to buffer some of that language to kind of deal with some of that criticism. In terms of if I can change the channel.
Yes, you can, because everybody's allowed to
because we're just
ignore
doing that.
me today. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I think that how this was staged today, how it was orchestrated, sends an important signal. The way that you see it, the way that you visualize it, can be in many ways as important as how you read it, the words on the paper. And I think the fact that he was surrounded by children, there was diversity in the audience, there was this feeling of inclusiveness and engagement. This has been a trademark for this government and for the party as they were campaigning to ensure that every picture conveyed a little bit of Canada to everyone. So I thought that they did it brilliantly today.
And they did actually, we haven't really talked about it because I don't think it worked, but they did open a building down here, a federal building with some screens so people could come and watch if they wanted to. Now, my colleague who was down there reported that there was essentially no one in the room because, you could watch it at home. But there was an attempt to sort of bring people into this the same way they did for the cabinet.
Yeah, I mean, Justin Trudeau wants to put his stamp on the government. That's normal. That's what should happen when you're a new prime minister. I think they want to contemporize it to suit the circumstances of their win, as Amanda's talked about. I think the challenge they will face over time is trying to find that balance between Justin Trudeau, the connected contemporary Canadian, and Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, who in certain circumstances, you were on the road with him, it didn't happen there, but it happened in Manila and elsewhere, the great debate about, the selfies and the celebrity factor of it. I think the risk for the Trudeau team is in playing up too much of that celebrity. There's a benefit in the beginning because it creates an enthusiasm and an excitement. The danger, if you continue down that path, and I think this is what they'll try and balance, is you become like other celebrities, like the other guy named Justin and others who, the nature of celebrity culture is you tend to flame out. So watching that going forward will be fascinating because it's working for him now, but the risk is the intensity of that engagement and the popularization of it.
He didn't abuse that in any way
no,
today.
He hasn't.
Not today. I mean,
he hasn't yet. I'm just pointing out going forward. I think that's what Amanda's talking about too. They have this contemporary connection that works, but going forward, they got to be very careful with it.
So you heard it here first. Tim Powers thinks that you think that Justin Trudeau is going to flame out after his second album. So. He's going to get all sorts of tattoos.
Marty, there are no albums anymore, buddy. There are no albums.
I think you get the 4 years. I don't think there's maybe you flame out after.
I disagree with Tim. We talked about this a little bit earlier on this show. I think this political stagecraft, if you will, of what they produced today was incredible. And while you might, with a more cynical eye, as Tim is doing, think it's going to get to be too much, but I would actually say what the staff has very successfully done today is craft moments or vignettes where that kind of authenticity can come out, right? Where the Prime Minister can have an exchange with a young child, see that kind of diversity, see even that kind of political diversity, like you mentioned earlier, the whole Joe Clark, Jean Chrétien side by each in the Senate chamber. And let's not forget what the image would have been, right? This is normally a red chamber that is stacked with people who, right now, Canadians are not that fond of, right? Like, let's face it, the senators do not have a great brand right now. So I think to pack it very unusually, like they did with children, with high school students, with different people in our community, with a reflection of Canada, this was a really good move.
Yeah, and I would also say it sort of plays to his strengths. I mean, that's what they're trying to do as well, right? These are the moments where this particular Prime Minister
But you look at where
he's...
My point is, I don't take anything away from what happened today. I'm more looking forward on all of this and pointing it out. But where Justin Trudeau has gotten in trouble in the past, before he became Prime Minister, is when the celebrity overtook the thinking leader, whether it be comments about jets and silly little things that he overcame.
Wanting to be loved.
But I would argue that today really had nothing to do with, I mean, it certainly had nothing to do with selfies and celebrity, but there was a visual, an image that was compelling. And there's something about politics and policy that turns a lot of people off, as we know. And what this party and now this government has successfully done in the short time in government is it's turned people on. It's given them a reason to watch, a new reason to be interested with compelling visuals and images that make people want to, you know, spend the time to listen to the 15 minutes and hear what he has to say. And you hear it in the language using words like inspiring and positivity and forward-looking and optimism. So words that people are moved by, they're interested in. So
Give it a
I
year,
think that
Amanda.
it has nothing to do with celebrity. I think it has a lot more to do with engagement.
Last word to Marty.
I just say give it a year, Amanda. I don't know. I think Tim is right to the certain extent that certain things get down to brass tacks eventually. And his point, I take. Mr. Trudeau has a habit, and we've seen it well before the election, of going too far to want to be loved, to get that applause in the audience. He had that speech where, you know, he talked to, and it's been talked a lot about the CF-18s, whipping out of CF-18s. If you listen to the speech before that, he made a fantastic speech and ruined it with that one moment because he loves to be loved, and that's what he's got to be careful of.
Can I have that piece of tape where he said Tim is right and keep that forever? He never ever said that to me in my whole
Someone
life.
said to me the other day that the hope of all these people is going to kill me.
Too much hope. Too much hope.
If that's what I die of, it'll be okay. Thanks, everybody, for all your hard work. Amanda Alvaro, Marty Patrick, and Kathleen Monk and Tim Powers. They are now released for the weekend. A reminder about our ballot box question tonight. Are tax cuts for the middle class a top priority for you? Let us know what you think. Go to the ballot box section of our Facebook page, cbc.ca/politics. That QR code will also bring you there. If you've got anything to say about what you've heard on the show, and it's been a long one, anything to say to these guys, anybody else, let me show you how to get in touch with us. The whole Power and Politics crew always wants to hear from you. There you go, on your screen. Reach out. Turning to the other news of the day now, because there has been other news. There's been a dramatic turn today in the investigation into the mass shooting in San Bernardino, California. Police say they are now investigating an act of terrorism. The FBI is pointing to newly uncovered evidence, not about the husband involved in this, but about the wife. The CBC's Kim Brunhaber has the details.
It was like a surreal open house. The landlord allowed media into the home of Syed Farouk and Tashfeen Malik. We walked in through a door that had been broken in half by police. In the kitchen, half-eaten food. Upstairs, a closet full of religious literature. In one bedroom, the bed was strewn with photos, IDs, and personal effects. In the other bedroom, a crib, a box filled with baby shoes. A picture of a normal, happy family. The landlord says the suspects were just like any other young professional couple. No problems, no red flags.
Nothing out of the ordinary whatsoever. They were good tenants, paid their rent on time, no complaints, anything.
Certainly no sign they were planning an act of terrorism, because that is now what the FBI is calling it.
As of today, based on the information and the facts as we know them, we are now investigating these horrific acts as an act of terrorism.
The FBI confirmed that on the day of the attack, Tashfeen Malik pledged allegiance to ISIS on Facebook.
I don't know the answer, whether she influenced him or not. Being a husband myself, we're all influenced to an extent, but I don't know the answer.
The FBI say they have evidence the couple talked to radical Islamists who are being investigated. They say they found evidence that the couple tried to erase their digital footprint, and police found their cell phones crushed in a trash can.
Retain those cell phones, and we do continue to exploit the data from those cell phones. We do hope that the digital fingerprints that were left by these two individuals will take us towards their motivation.
Police say there's a possibility the couple had planned another attack, but there's no evidence now of any other ongoing threat. Kim Brunhaber, CBC News, San Bernardino.
Okay, coming up on Power and Politics, a middle-class tax cut and investment in infrastructure, top priorities in the speech from the throne. But does the government have the right plan to deal with difficult economic conditions? Because there were some employment numbers out today. So MPs are going to stand by to debate all that after this.
central to that success is a strong and growing middle class. The government will, as an immediate priority, deliver a tax cut for the middle class. This is the fair thing to do and the smart thing to do for Canada's economy.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the speech from the throne, live from the foyer of the House of Commons. A middle-class tax cut was just one of the economic priorities the government laid out today. Here are some other of their promises. They're going to roll out the new Canada Child Benefit checks. They're going to make big investments in social and green infrastructure, work with the provinces and territories to improve the Canada Pension Plan, and they will make changes to employment insurance. So, is this plan the best way forward? And with a sluggish economy, can the promises be kept? Joining me now, the new Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, François-Philippe Champagne, first time on the show. Hello.
Thank you for having me.
Immigration critic, not first time on the show, Michelle Rempel, and NDP finance critic Guy Caron, nor his first time. But anyway, good to see the newbies and the veterans. Let's start with some of the recent reports from the PBO, from the City Howe Institute, that say there will be lower than expected revenue. You're going to now make changes to the tax code that's going to bring in less money as well. Is this going to be harder to do what you're promised to do, given that there will be decreased revenues?
Well, I saw the City House study you mentioned about. I also saw one which was presented in Quebec recently, I guess yesterday, which says that what we're saying, which is the tax cut for the middle class is what we need to do to favor the middle class. And I would say that's the right thing that we should be doing at this time, because Canadians have asked us to invest in the middle class and invest in infrastructure. We're going to do that responsibly. And what you heard today, I think, is great news for Canadians, is that we're going to follow on the plan. We're going to do that responsibly and within the time frame we said we would be doing.
But I guess my question's more specific. If these reports suggest that it's going to be harder to bring in revenue, as the case would be, it means you're going to have to go deeper into deficit, does it not?
Well, I mean, there was that study that you mentioned, but there's other study that said that there's hundreds of study out there with numbers. I think what we're clear about is that our plan is the right plan for the middle class, and that's what we're going to be presenting next week.
So it's interesting, because we asked this question of our viewers, what they think about this tax cut. And I guess a lot of people don't really know how it's going to impact them. And they will see that when it's fleshed out next week, who does this on January 1st, who gets more money and who doesn't. So Michelle Rempel, I'll ask you, what do you think of the fact that they've made this the first thing that they want to do to try and get this out the door right away?
Well, I guess I'm just curious, because my colleague mentioned that there were hundreds of other studies that support their position, and I was wondering if he would tell us which one he's referring to.
Well, I mean, there was one in Quebec which was presented, I think you saw today, which says economists said what we have proposed for the tax cut for the middle class is the right thing to do to increase the economy, to grow the economy. We said we would invest in Canadians, we'd invest to grow the economy. That's what we promised to do. That's what we're doing.
So are you against the idea of taxing wealthy Canadians more and trying to give this other tax bracket some more back?
Well, I guess the point I was trying to make here is there actually isn't a lot of literature out there that shows any sort of support for what the Liberals are doing, because they haven't provided a lot of detail. What we have seen is, because as of right now, before the Liberals bring their tax increases into law, the federal tax burden is at its lowest level in 50 years. And even though it's at its lowest level in 50 years, government revenue has increased year over year for the last several years, in fact. So we believe in a philosophy that says that if you keep taxes low, Canadians will have more money to invest to deal with, either be it at issues to make, ends meet at home or invest in new products and services. And that's why we're very concerned about increases to payroll taxes, like an increase in the EI. I'm from Alberta. I'm a member of Parliament from Alberta. What sort of distressed me today was there's tens of thousands of people in my province that are out of work. There was nothing that mentioned anything with regard to the energy sector, outside of denigrating it to a certain extent, as well as there was nothing in there about rural Canada or farmers.
Where did they denigrate the energy sector?
Well, I think that when the Liberals come out and talk about clean jobs, right? There's no denying that we want to ensure that there's clean infrastructure. But why aren't we talking about the energy industry right now? If this was the manufacturing industry, if it was aerospace, if it was the auto sector, we wouldn't be talking about canceling tax credits that allow the industry to explore, to find new products. We wouldn't be talking about increasing payroll taxes. We wouldn't be talking about all sorts of extra hurdles, carbon taxes. that make things more difficult to go for it. And that's why my colleague can't point to economic studies.
Mr. Champagne and then Mr. Caron.
No, I would say, you know, I come from a region also which has been affected economically. And I can tell you, when you say we're going to give a break to the middle class because we want to invest in Canada, that's what people want. Asking the Canadians who are making above $200,000, I can tell you, I've met hundreds of people who say, that's the right thing to do. We want to invest in the country and we understand what you're doing. I come from a region in Shawinigan. Trust me. People will benefit from our tax cut. That's why we said we'll implement it.
Let's let Mr. Caron in. Yeah.
I'd like to get back to the tax cut issue because it was interesting that you mentioned that nobody knows exactly if they're going to benefit from it. It's fairly clear. If you're making $25,000 a year, you will get nothing. If you make $35,000 a year, you'll make nothing. If you make $45,000, you'll get next to nothing.
Well, if you have children, presumably you'll get something, right?
Possibly with the other measure, but specifically about a tax cut, the tax cut only starts at $45,000. Those who benefit the most are those between $89,000 and $200,000. If you're earning about $200,000, you'll be making you'll be getting a return of about $670. If you're making $210,000, you'll be paying a bit more taxes, but you'll still have a net return of about $270. Which is why we actually proposed that instead of modifying the second bracket of taxes, that we modify the first. Because right now,
bring it down to the lower income Canadians. So
that's right.
A good point, Mr. Champagne. What happens to those people that aren't in that bracket?
Yeah, I mean, we made
we
made a choice to cover that bracket, but you cannot be against our middle class tax cut. I mean,
well, it depends how they define middle class, because people who are making $40,000 can consider themselves to be middle class.
Sure.
And they'll get nothing in terms of the tax cut. So the middle class. But if you're making $200,000, you'll be getting something out of that tax cut.
But we're following up on our commitment. We said that during the election. Yes. We were very clear with Canadians. We were very transparent. We're just following that through.
Michelle Rempel.
I guess that's a good point. What do the Liberals consider in terms of tax brackets, solid numbers, to be middle class, and what do they consider as wealthy?
Well, I'm not going to answer that question now, but I can tell you.
I think that's pretty material. What do you define as middle class?
Well, I mean, I think it's between 45 and 89 is the middle class. But I guess the problem is that a lot of Canadians self-identify as middle class and maybe don't fall within that bracket. Is that not the issue? And that's, I think, why people are a bit confused about what's going to happen next week.
Well, that's why next week we're going to provide clarity. That's why the minister is going to present a motion. And you might appreciate I've been named 48 hours parliamentary secretary to the minister. So there's still a lot to be hammered out. But what I can say is that next week we're going to provide the clarity that Canadians want.
Okay, go ahead and last word.
I guess what I would say here is that the Liberals throughout the campaign have said that, you know, wealthy people are benefiting from the tax cuts our government has put into place, but a lot of the people who benefit from the universal child care benefit, from income splitting, would not self-identify as wealthy by any stretch. Right. And that's why their inability to define that is the hallmark of their lack of understanding of this program. I think that, you know, the fact that the Liberals haven't costed this out, they haven't been able to show how this is going to have economic growth, you know, to the NDP's point, we've had our tax decreases have actually helped that lower income bracket at the most. The fact that they can't answer this today on their speech from the throne day is, I think, really indicative of where their finance program is.
Then I want to do one round on tax free.
We're talking about the middle class, but the fact is that 2/3 of tax filers won't benefit a cent from this tax cut. We're talking about only 1/3 of Canadians. Some of the wealthiest ones won't. They will be paying more taxes, but most of those who will not be getting anything are actually those who are under 45,000. And that's, in my mind, the big problem.
Let me do one go around on the tax-free savings account, because that's the other measure that will happen next week, and that will be lowered from 10,000 to, I think it's 5,500. That is important because why? Why are you moving so quickly on that?
Well, because we said, you know, this was a measure that was introduced by the Conservative. We thought that this was not necessary. We presented something to focus on the middle class. Definitely. I mean, if you go in my riding, there's not too many people who can put 10,000 in their city. I can tell you that. If you ask the people in my riding, there's nobody who's doing that.
You know what, we will.
So what we're doing is that we
decided
and we were elected on that plan.
That sounds like a great idea, actually. See, what I would say is that seniors who use this, who are on fixed income, would consider this a tax increase. The people who have actually opened up these accounts, and I encourage you to do some research on that, are actually what you are unable to define as middle income earners. There's been millions of these accounts opened up, and what you've done is increase taxes on these people by not allowing them to do that. So it's ridiculous.
It was clear, that the increase in the ceiling of the TFSA actually adds some downsides in the sense that at some point in the future, when the PBO did a study on this, that it might actually be using more as a vehicle for tax avoidance than it will be for savings. So I think bringing it back to 5,500 is actually a good thing, but we'll need to actually start looking at ways to help savings and move towards the Canadian Pension Fund.
Yeah, I was going to say that's
something
what
that we'll
they're
be
doing on the
following
other
very
side.
closely.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's these measures that you have to look together that says we're going to favor Canadian. That's what Canadians ask us to do, and that's what we're elected upon.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. François-Philippe Champagne, you survived your first panel.
Thank
Michelle Rempel and Guy Caron, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Still to come on the show, the throne speech promises to invest in building a leaner but better equipped military. What does that mean? We're going to ask Defence Minister Harjit Sajjan after this short break. Stick around for that.
To keep Canadians safe and be ready to respond when needed, the government will launch an open and transparent process to review existing defense capabilities and will invest in building a leaner, more agile, better equipped military.